Welcome back, ballers, to the greatest collaboration of all time. Welcome back to the Balll Don't Lie channel. Happy Memorial Day. Hopefully everybody had a very safe and happy Memorial Day weekend. RIP George Floyd. Today is the 6-year anniversary of the reported death of George Floyd, the asphyxiation ritual that Rambo was the first to get ahead of. Man, 6 years ago now. It's crazy how time flies. I am so excited, you guys. This is going to be one for the ages. So shout out to everybody in the chat, and shout out to each and every single one of you guys for joining on such short notice. I mean, we got people streaming from New York, Ohio, Hawaii, KODI, wherever you're at these days. MYRON out in LA. Golden Age right down the road for me in Texas. I mean, we're all over the place. We're crossing all time zones. You know, we got Adam out in Mexico, for crying out loud. We're crossing borders. This is going to be incredible. First and foremost, can I at least get one of you guys to let me know you guys can hear me okay? Is the sound okay? Perfect. We're going to jump right into it, you guys. Quick intros. Myself is AJ. Balll Don't Lie, 3 L's and Ball. You guys can find me on YouTube, where we're streaming from tonight, as well as many other channels. Thank you guys so much for connecting your channels, by the way, to get as many viewers in here as we can. You guys can also find my work at Balll Don't Lie, 3 L's and Ball on Instagram. Tommy, my man, let the viewers know, for those that might not be familiar with you, which is rare, let them know where they can find you and support you, my friend.
Oh, Tommy Truthful TV on all platforms. On Facebook, it's Truth Mafia Podcast, and you can find all my stuff on truthfultv.com. Thank you, Ball. I'm grateful to be here today.
Fantastic, brother. Chase, Golden Age, where you at, my man? Go Spurs.
Yes, sir. Good evening, guys. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be on this, platform with all of y'all. Where you can find me is at Golden Age Deception on the Instagram, also YouTube. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this stream and super thankful to be here with y'all.
I follow you, bro. I didn't even realize that I follow you on IG and look at some of your shit.
Yeah, thank you, man. Actually, I do remember you following me about a week ago or so.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, anytime Tommy gives you some love, man, that's a blessing.
Heck yeah, man.
Speaking of ballers, MYRON, aka He Got Game, he's got some serious game he'll be bringing to the table tonight. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, everybody? Pleasure to be here as always, collaborating with the biggest group that we've done so far, so I'm excited about that. You can find me just on Instagram. That's where all of my work is, at He Got Game, H3 GOTTGAM3 with the underscore. Good to see the familiar faces again, and thank you again, AJ.
Of course. Thank you, man, for joining. I know it started with you, me, and Golden talking about doing a little collab, and then we just started thinking about other people. It was like, man, we should get so-and-so in here, and next thing you know, here we are, 10 deep.
Yes, sir.
Dream team. KODI, what's up, man? Wakey, eggs and bakey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back, and appreciate everyone watching. And thanks again, AJ, and thanks to everyone being here. I really am honored to be with all you guys. And if you guys want to find me, it's Decoding with KODI. A lot of you guys are watching on my channel right now on YouTube, and also buymeacoffee.com/decoding with KODI is my support link. And I don't really operate on any of the other channels much right now, but I should probably work on that. But also, AJ, that song at the beginning, that was fire. I like that. I'm a blues guitarist at heart, so that was my favorite song you've done so far, and I think a lot of people in the chat were also.
It's funny you say that, because Tommy has different opinions. Tommy's like, it's all right.
It was a good lyrics. Hey, I mean, it's just not my genre, I grew up more into the hip hop. I grew up in Brooklyn, but hey, it was good for blues. Shout out to that song.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. No, but for real though, I got
from somebody who played guitar and only loved to play blues guitar when I did play guitar. But so maybe some people don't agree, but I liked it. So, but yeah, I mean, everyone has different.
Yeah. I appreciate it, Cody. Yeah, there's plenty of people in the chat that enjoyed it as well. I know that Daniel did. I don't want to take the words out of your mouth, Daniel, but Know Thyself Podcast. How you doing, brother? You out there?
Oh, what's going on, my man? Hello, each and every one of you. Everybody that's in this amazing roundtable, and obviously everybody that's in all the chats. Such an honor to be here. And you can meet me. You can find me right there. Know Thyself Podcast with those little underlines there. Instagram's usually the best way to kind of get connected to us. And you know, Cody, you're like, you know me better. I think that's the Audible logo. I didn't even know we were on Audible. I think that's not what that is, man. You got the best research in the game. I didn't even know we were on that. So look at that. But so excited to be here. Been a big fan of each and every one of your guys' work. And yeah, I'm excited to see what magic happens.
Yep, absolutely. You definitely bring a very strong astrological sense of knowledge to this conversation. And that's why I'm so excited to see what you can, further bring to the table. You and I did our own little sidebar, probably a week ago now, something like that. It's just always fun to get as many, as many contributions as possible. And that includes everybody in the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat, man. That's flooding.
Like I always say, I didn't choose Gypsy Life. Gypsy Life chose me. You know what I mean? So it's like anything we can in that esoteric, we're down to it.
100%, man. Thanks again so much for joining, and another thank you to everybody. I do sound like an echo chamber at this point, but it really does mean the world to me that you guys were all able and willing to carve out some time for tonight. We're gonna have a blast. Adam, next up, Adam the Illusion.
How you doing, guys? It's a pleasure to be here. So I have a YouTube channel where I pretty much stream daily. I'm on Twitter, the Illusion111. Got an Instagram, the Illusion Bebe. I also have a website as well if you want to be up to date with everything I post daily. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. An absolute dream team of coders here. Thank you for the invite, AJ.
Hey, you know what? You deserve it. I'll say that right now. You bring a whole biblical aspect to this world of the truth that we're all searching for. So thank you again, Adam, for joining. Means a lot. Can I get a woo? Can I get a woo?
Yes,
Let's go. Ani, what's up, man? Hey, I know that you got an early morning tomorrow, so I want to be cognizant of that. But thank you so much for joining, my man. How are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? It's good to be on with you guys. You guys can follow me at the Spiritual Shade Room with the number 1 at the end on Instagram. And you can follow me at patreon.com/THE_Spiritual Shade Room. And I'm also on YouTube at Ani OSARU. And it's a pleasure to be on with everyone. And yeah, I had to take a nap to get here. I've been on the grill all day for Memorial Day with my family. And I got to get up early in about probably 4 or 5 hours. But I'm going to try to go ahead and roll a little bit with you guys.
Sacrifice, man. It means a lot, Ani. Seriously, thank you so much. No love lost for when you do have to drop off and get some shut-eye. So it means a lot to have you in our corner tonight. Thank you. Donut.
Yo, what up? It's Donut. Thank you for having me here. And I'm just grateful to be a part of this with everybody. You could find me at DOENUT. Donut.
Donut Factory on Instagram, but also you got your website, doe-nut.com. Reminder for anybody that's watching, I did my best, and I challenge all of you guys, make sure to take a look at all the links I put in. If there's any that I'm missing, let me know. But Donut, how's the weather out in Hawaii right now, bro?
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, Hawaii, it's just the same weather all day, every day. There's no winter or summer. It's just Hawaii weather. So it's great. The food is awesome. It's like grown food, like it's fresh.
What's going on with Lahaina out there? Have you been able to drive past there at all?
I'm in Lahaina right now, pretty much. It's very odd and creepy. You know, it's closed. You can't go down there. It's blocked off for years. Like, what the heck's going on? You know.
Yeah, that's bizarre. What about that tree you went to last time you were there, Donut? The 47 tree.
That's what burnt down. I was in this city where it has the 47 trunks of this tree before the fires happened. So it was very eerie because I met a lot of people, and the place where I was hanging out with, it just is gone now. And the history of Lahaina is like the capital of Hawaii in the beginning days. And it's odd. It's strange. I'm grateful that I got to check it out. But yeah, it's nuts.
That is crazy, bro.
Speaking of Lahaina too, there was a bigger story over the last week or two of that guy who like threw a massive stone at a seal. Did you guys see that? That took place in Lahaina, and now he's being charged, and then he got his ass beat by the local, Lahainans.
Yeah, you don't want to mess around. Yeah, you don't want to mess around. I guess you can't even take a rock off the island because it's super bad luck, So I'm interested in symbolism, and there's a lot of symbolism out here with the tiki, right? I've always seen the tiki men, but some of them will have their tongue out, and that is like a protection symbol. And then sometimes their eyes will go down or up, but how their symbols are on their eyes is either for like protection or for just like some yeah, it's interesting.
Kali has her tongue out too, the Hindu goddess, which she's all about destruction. But Waters Above, what up, bro? My boy Waters Above in the chat.
Yeah, it looks like. Sorry, I'm just paying attention to the chat here. Someone was asking about Adam. I see that he's still in here. But either way, yeah, if you guys haven't seen that story, it took place in Lahaina, from my understanding. And yeah, this guy took a big rock and he tried to throw it at a seal. The seal's okay, by the way, so everything's fine. But what's that?
As you said, the seal's okay, but the guy's not, right?
No, well, yeah, no, exactly. The day later, I saw him getting his ass whooped.
Yeah, I was surprised them Illuminati dolphins didn't come out of the ocean and whoop his ass, because all the aliens and UAPs are coming in and out of the ocean. It's interesting. I've been doing a lot of research on the alien stuff. I read this book called Closer Encounters and just got, very caught up on everything, like the hyperdimensional portals and the different, ideas that are out there. It's fascinating stuff.
AJ,
you're
talking about the SEALs. I think all of us are doing a lot of work with 9/11, and Bin Laden was killed, wasn't he, on 5/2/2011 by members of the U.S. Navy's elite SEAL Team 6. And you also have, for me, you have the 7 SEALs.
Oh, I just was thinking that's amazing.
Worthy is the Lamb to open those seals. So there's a lot with the seal, which is very symbolic, and the beast rises out of the sea in the Bible, which is really interesting to me. So I wanted to
and that seal says May 1st, the day the Illuminati was founded. So that's a big day, 5/1.
May Day.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
so very often when you see a seal in the news, it's a reference to magic. Seals are very, those are crucial parts of magic. Like you have the star, what's known as the Star of David. It's also the Seal of Solomon. You also have hermetic principles, hermetic secrets, hermetic mysteries are hermetically sealed. And you have when you have the magic squares for each planet, which is used in ritual magic, and each planet's magic square has a seal. So there's a seal for Saturn, there's a seal of Mercury, there's a seal of Venus. Those are used in ritual magic. So when you see a seal, very often, in fact, I'm pretty sure it's the case in this instance as well, it is a reference to ritual magic seals.
And shout out to Mr. S. What were we all just talking about offline? About Rose? Shout out Mr. S. What about seals kissed by a rose? Oh my goodness. All I know is seal. I don't know what the hell happened to that guy, but I remember him.
Not the most attractive young man, but a great singer.
Yeah, he was in the Batman movies too, or like at least the music, right? Wasn't that what it was from?
Yeah,
I think.
Kiss by a Rose. Yep, that was Batman.
But anyways, keeping things moving, you guys. Last but certainly not least, we are going to kick things off with the one and only Rambo, the Truth Codes. He's coming in guns blazing. But Rambo, before you kick things off for us tonight, please let the viewers know where they can find you and support you.
What an intro. You're very kind, and I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support you've given me. And I'm honored to be here with the other minds and looking forward to what everybody has to say. And this is where I can be found, patreon.com/thetruthcodes. I'm also here every week, every Tuesday, an hour earlier with AJ and KODI, which I'll be on tomorrow again. We'll be on tomorrow. Thank you, Susan. So patreon.com/thetruthcodes. There's only one tier. It's $5 a month, and there is free content as well. You can join for free. Thank you, Crack Your Code. Thanks, you're very kind. I'm also on Instagram.com/thetruthcodes.
Love it, Rambo. Yeah, crack their code. Oh, Rambo, how I have missed you. Well, you know, you guys can go back and go to the Balll Don't Lie YouTube channel. Rambo and I have been doing our thing weekly alongside Decoding with KODI for we just hit the 1 year mark. So happy birthday to us. But obviously, I did mention earlier that today is the 6-year anniversary of the reported death of George Floyd. And I mean, I've been saying Rambo has taken that entire story, that whole ritual, to a science. And would love for Rambo, let's kick things off. Let's jump right into it. I'm going to remove my screen here and pass it off to you, my guy. And let's get started.
Right, thank you. I'm going to fly through this because there are a lot of people with a lot to offer. So if there's something, I mean, if somebody wants to interject, they can. But I will be posting this when I complete. It's actually a pretty long decode, but I will post it on my Patreon. So I'm going to fly through it pretty quickly here to give everybody time. So I won't really have time to dwell on anything. But this is what it is. It's May 25th. And the title is From Ancient Sumer to Ancient Egypt to George Floyd, May 25th, and the archetypes, ceremonies, and rituals that shape history. So, right, so we know what May 25th is most popular for in this day and age. That is the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department in the year 2020, and the impact was immense. So the impact and it was a ritual. The reason they do rituals like this is to harness human energy, psychic energy, physical energy, mental energy, spiritual energy. Loosh. Loosh. Not everyone knows what loosh is, but yeah, loosh is part of it. Yeah, loosh probably sums up what the energy is. And it's orchestrated. These things don't just, there are many people who are killed by police. It doesn't end up like this. But I just want to illustrate this, the impact that it had was not just in the United States. So this is just Paris. This is Paris, France here. And just a few examples. This is London, Trafalgar Square in London. So I'm not sure in all the examples, but this is it had global impact. And this is a high ritual. So at the heart of this is Freemasonry, which Freemasonry incorporates ancient mythology in its teachings, in its rituals, in its iconography, and sports. As we know, we talk about harnessing loosh. What harnesses more loosh than sports? We're just about to come up with one of the biggest energy harnessing events, which is the Quadrennial World Cup. Soccer is literally like a world religion. I just want to know where the game of soccer, football, was invented. It's right across the street from what is unofficially the headquarters of Freemasonry. That is in London on Great Queen Street, Freemasons Tavern. That is where the sport of football, soccer was invented. They knew what they were doing. They're geniuses. the sport of soccer, football, has cast a spell on the world. It's amazing.
Wait, what did you just say? Cast a spell on what?
On the world.
Okay.
I'm saying if it's just to understand the impact. I'm just trying to give an idea of the impact on the game of soccer on the world. Maybe Americans might not be aware of it. Well, the World Cup is about to start here, and it's soccer is like a religion. It's like the world religion practice. They knew what they were doing. And it's spellcasting. I mean, I can go into that, but that's another decode. The shape of the soccer ball with the hexagons and the pentagrams. Well, there's another ritual related to the George Floyd event, which is the collapse on field of Damar Hamlin. That was in 2023, and this is an image of that. Now I'm going to go through this real quick. So this is very esoteric. This is ritual magic. And these are archetypes, very powerful archetypes. They're simple pictures, but they are extremely powerful archetypes that are the knowledge of what these archetypes mean are embedded in the unconscious, literally in the cells. Human memories is contained in the cells. Every cell of the human body contains, that's where memory is. It's not in the brain necessarily. It's in every single cell. And at an unconscious level, every human being at an unconscious level understands what these archetypes mean. So these are key to the George Floyd incident. Also, the Damar Hamlin is the Hanged Man of the Tarot and the Chariot. This is card number 12, card number 7, 127. You can different combinations, very important dates between 12 and 7 that you can come up with. And
that's the Bavarian Illuminati's number too, 127. And I learned that from Ani. Ani really broke that 127 code down. It's huge though, Rambo. Go ahead. I apologize.
No problem. Like at 12th July. But no, thanks for adding that. And that's what at the heart of this ritual. These two archetypes are to show the significance of May 25th. This is in Minneapolis that George Floyd died, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, each state in the United States has 2 U.S. senators. This is the senior U.S. senator for the state of Minnesota is Amy Klobuchar. She's still the U.S. senator for Minnesota, the senior senator. She's one of 2. Well, her birthday was May 25th. What a coincidence! But not just her. The head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, his birthday is May 25th. What are the odds? Walter Mondale, a former U.S. senator for the state of Minnesota, famously ran for president as the Democratic Party nominee against Ronald Reagan which was a historical blowout, literally the biggest blowout in the history of U.S. presidential elections. Walter Mondale from Minnesota. How many electoral votes did Ronald Reagan get? 525, like May 25th, against the Minnesota candidate. There's a significance of 525. Now, this came up with Mike Tyson as well.
Do you think Reagan represents the same archetype as Trump? Do they kind of represent that same archetype? Reagan, make America great again. They both survived shootings, right?
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing that ties them together is the purported assassination attempt. That was, I mean, if you want to call that an assassination attempt, that's how they're billing it. That just happened at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., which is the exact same location at which Ronald Reagan had a. He wasn't actually shot. He actually broke his rib. That's how he got injured, not by a bullet, but by breaking his rib. But nonetheless, they both had assassination attempts at the same location, which is the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. But
Rambo, do you know Ronald Reagan's the only U.S. president whose name is 6 letters, 6 letters, 6 letters, like 666? It's Ronald Wilson Reagan, and he was the MAGA president, which is the highest degree of Satanism. Is the only U.S. president with 6 letters in his first name, in his middle, and in his last, like 666.
No, that's significant as well. Yeah, so there's a lot that ties in with again, and we're showing these are the patterns. These are the elements that hold what we call metaphorically the matrix together. But so 525. This has to do with Walter Mondale being from Minnesota. All 525 with Minnesota. What are the odds? Now, on the subject of asphyxiation. Mike Tyson, well, he's not related to Minnesota. Nonetheless, this is on May 25th. This is in 2009. Mike Tyson's 4-year-old daughter. I know about the number 4. I know, Adam, you do a lot on the number 4 and how it's tied to murder.
It's the number of death in the Asian cultures because
Yeah.
it's so connected to. It's very similar to the word SI, which is their word for death. So, like how in America we're scared of the 13th floor, over in Asia they skip the 4th floor. So,
and isn't it interesting that Kobe Bryant, he retired on 13-4, and those two numbers connect to being unfortunate, and he died in a helicopter crash. But the 4 for me, Rambo, is the 4th horseman symbolizes death.
Yeah, it's also connected to the word psi, SI. Yeah. And then 13, 1 plus 3 is 4 when you reduce it. So it all ties back, comes full circle. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, fine. So 4 is a death-related number. And thanks for you guys both adding to enabling people to understand why 4 is so attached to death. Well, it was Mike Tyson's 4-year-old daughter. Her name was Exodus. Was found by her 7-year-old brother unconscious and tangled in a cord. Now, the official story is that Mike Tyson's 4-year-old daughter tangled herself in a cord attached to a treadmill. And this incident happened on May 25th. It's a strangulation again on May 25th. This is in 2009, I think, 11 years before George Floyd. How credible is that story? So this is the headline: Mike Tyson's daughter 4 dies after accidental strangulation. So she died the following day, they say, but the strangulation happened on that date of asphyxiation, May 25th, even though it's not connected to Minnesota. But so I talked about the chariot, how that's important archetype, as well as the hanged man. You can understand why the hanged man is related, but the chariot, we talk about the 7 seals. 7 is a huge number. The chariot card is number 7. The chariot card represents the zodiac sign of Cancer. Mike Tyson is a Cancer. He was born June 30th. That's Cancer in the tropical zodiac. The chariot card is number 7, and the chariot card represents the zodiac sign of Cancer, his zodiac sign. So so it was a 7-year-old brother who found her. And the location was on 7th Avenue. They called the police about the child not breathing. It came at 10:34 from Tyson's home near Palo Verde Golf Course at Bethany Home Road on 7th Avenue. On 7th Avenue, found by a 7-year-old. The chariot card is number 7. And so what's the chariot about? The importance with the chariot is the wheel and the cycle symbols. And what I've always said is there's so many important symbolism and ubiquitous symbols and powerful symbols, which all have to do with ritual magic and whatever holds this matrix, you want to call it, together. The all-seeing eye, twin pillars, these are huge. But the central, in my opinion, symbol is the cycle. And it's the cycle. That's at the center of the web. And there's so many meanings you could attach to that, but that is the central image. And so that's the reason they chose a treadmill, because a treadmill is a cycle symbol. And it could have to do with trapping. You want to trap somebody or energies or souls. You want to trap them in a loop. This is the kind of cycle that a treadmill would indicate, where you're expending energy, but you're not really getting anywhere. I think that treadmill is a very central symbol, and it's related to the chariot, because the chariot is about wheels and the cycle. And the hangman is related to that, because the hangman, this is the French tarot, Marseille. It's called Le Pendu, like English pendu, pendulum. It's related to time as well. And the clock, number 12, is a big cycle number. The hangman is card number 12, but 12 is the cycle. It's a 12-hour cycle. It's the yearly cycle of 12 months in a year. A very important cycle symbol. So the hangman is related to time as well. The hangman is the pendulum, pendu. And so the chariot was central to the George Floyd grand ritual. He's in the chariot, which is the car. He was at the wheel. This was not the first time George Floyd had an incident like this. He in 2009, George Floyd had a similar incident at the wheel of a different car. This was 2009, so this was not his first car-related. It's a very similar incident that happened. This was in 2009 with the Minneapolis police. It's a different car. So this is the importance of the chariot symbol. This is the chariot symbol from the Aleister Crowley deck, which is it emphasizes the wheel. You have a golden knight, which is relevant to what's happening now, and he's holding a wheel. And you see the emphasis on the wheel. And why is the golden knight relevant now? Again, this is a knight who's golden, because the Golden Knight of Las Vegas are challenging very strongly. Very well could be Stanley Cup champions. They've gone deep into the playoffs, and they very well could do it. But the Golden Knights are another. It's an esoteric symbol. It's the Golden Knight as an Aleister Crowley's the Chariot tarot card. The cycle symbol is very vividly illustrated in Las Vegas with the high roller Ferris wheel, and where were Ferris wheels were invented in Chicago. So this huge wheel cycle symbol, and there are Ferris wheels all over the world. They're like a priority across the world for some reason. Ferris wheels. The hangman symbolism was in Back to the Future, and this is where Back to the Future 3, where Michael J. Fox, they said, was literally being hanged, literally being asphyxiated and almost died. They didn't, whatever reason, they didn't use the stuntman. They'll do that to A-list celebrities. They'll put them through the ringer. I don't believe this was an accident. This is the famous scene in Back to the Future 3 where Marty McFly almost gets was attempted hanging. What's the hangman symbolism? But when did Back to the Future 3 come out? May 25th. So May 25th. Oh my God. So this really established. This is the asphyxiation.
It's crazy, dude.
This is the asphyxiation date. I'm happy May 25th, everyone.
Well, in Rambo, I'm just going to say, just, for those out there, you guys might recall that there was a death, a fake death of Michael J. Fox not too long ago.
Oh yeah. There was
right, where it was like people were like, "Wait, did he die or what happened?" And he had to come out and say, "I'm still here." That's crazy.
It probably does tie into May 25th. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. So yeah, this is the asphyxiation day. I'm just noticing the patterns. There's a pattern here. And what is Back to the Future? What does it revolve around? The chariot. The chariot symbol is back to, and it's related to time. Remember I explained how the hangman is related to time? So time, the hangman, the chariot and the hangman go together, as in Back to the Future. And George Floyd, he died at Chicago Avenue intersection. And when you think of Chicago, you think of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. Well, Michael Jordan, was a country named Jordan. Today is their Independence Day. The country of Jordan's Independence Day is May 25th. They got independence from the British Empire, from the United Kingdom. And this is their 80th anniversary of Jordanian independence on May 25th. So think of how that ties in. And this also ties into the World Cup, because this is the 23rd World Cup, Michael Jordan's number. 2026 World Cup, 23rd. Soccer is a world religion, literally is a religion. Well, Jordan, the country of Jordan, qualified for its very first World Cup, which will be here in the United States, for the 23rd World Cup. I mean, it ties in perfectly. So there's more World Cup stuff. It does tie around Michael Jordan being the 23rd World Cup. The Ferris wheel was invented in Chicago. The very first Ferris wheel was in Chicago, called the Chicago Wheel, invented by George Washington Gale Ferris Jr., opened on June 21st. Why did they open on June 21st? Because that's the summer solstice. This is about the sun cycle from its birth in spring, its highest point at the summer solstice, and then in fall, the sun dies, and the winter solstice at its lowest point. That's on June 21st. And I'll show how they code this into George Floyd as well, the solstices and the sun cycle. The way they coded that in was at George Floyd's funeral. His family puts together his funeral and loved ones. And
hey, Rambo, you know what, bro? I just researched this because you're talking about all these 25th dates. I'm like, I bet you so I wonder what day they released the whole asphyxiation thing with ammonia, and that story went viral on May 25th with Kyle Busch's death with ammonia. That's when it was viral in the news cycle. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. So thanks again. Yeah, so it's a definite pattern. I don't know if it's even possible to get to the heart of why they do it. But
you know that Floyd Money Mayweather paid for that funeral.
Oh, he did. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, he paid for it. Floyd paid for George Floyd's.
Oh, jeez.
His name is Money, right? Well, money equals
Floyd Money
525.
Well, and
Money
didn't he
equals
get
525.
arrested for like a counterfeit 20? So there's your money connection there too. That's crazy. I was just gonna say, Rambo. I love to intercept your alley oops. I don't know if you have this in here, but when we're talking about Jordan and asphyxiation connections with Chicago Avenue, 38th Street, etc., did you? There were 2 or 3 different viral videos of Michael Jordan. Let's just say inappropriately touching not only his driver, but also his kid. But the one with his driver, he grabs him very aggressively around the neck. I don't know if you ever saw that. It wasn't in the front, but it was in the back. He like really came in from the back and like had him by the neck. So I just wanted to add that into everything that you're sharing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I saw that. That was a interesting reaction. I'll try to fly through this. So if anyone wants to see the full decode, because I want to let everyone get in. So George Floyd's funeral. There was a big mistake. His family put it together. They put all the pictures together, montage. How would his family make a mistake and put the wrong picture of somebody who's not George Floyd? Family would not make the mistake, but it's part of a ritual. The picture they put in the montage at George Floyd's funeral was a picture of somebody named George Floyd who was a cornerback for the New York Jets. Photo of former Jets player mistakenly shown at George Floyd's funeral. So this is George Floyd's funeral, and this is what was shown. Well, how could his own family make that?
This is ridiculous.
But I'll tell you why they picked him. First of all, his name, not just his name, but his birthday, the winter solstice, December 21st. This is about the sun cycle. And we know that because George Floyd's casket was golden, he represented the sun. This is his funeral. Is a chariot symbolism any more evident here? This is about the chariot and the wheels. And I've shown some examples of various tarot decks which illustrate the chariot. Some of them use, this is Le Chariot. This is from the French Marseille deck. This is another deck which shows the chariot. That's what they were illustrating here. Now, remember I said the chariot represents Cancer? This is the chariot card. So this is what the events in the world are determined by these archetypes. This is without a doubt. And the clincher here, because I said how the chariot card represents Cancer. Well, the glyph for the zodiac sign of Cancer looks like a 69. So when do you think they had this grand chariot themed funeral for George Floyd? On June 9th, 6/9, because that's the glyph for Cancer, and Cancer represented in tarot by the chariot. So that's what it's also all about. It's about the cycle. The cycle is the central symbol. And this has to do with Freemasonry. I'll go into what the ritual was. The ritual was based on the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff, which is a 3rd-degree Master Mason ceremony. And in Freemason allegory, which is based off of ancient Egyptian mythology. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Osiris is killed by his brother Set. Osiris is a vegetation god. So his death happens at the fall. That's when the sun goes down, and it's a final harvest before the winter. And that's when Osiris is killed by his brother Set. And Set chops Osiris into 14 pieces. Isis reassembles 13 pieces of Osiris's body, but cannot find the 14th piece, which is Osiris's generative organ, his phallus, as the 14th piece. That's because Set threw it into the river Nile, where it was eaten by a catfish or a crocodile. And so she had to fashion an artificial phallus, an obelisk, in order to conceive Horus. Horus is the resurrected Osiris, basically.
That's some necromancy shit she did, bro. That's some necromancy shit right there. Hey, remember Podesta when he had his hand with the 14 on one hand and the goldfish on the other? That's what that represented. And people are like, oh, they didn't even know, but he was paying homage to Osiris. The
exactly.
The
14. So he was cut into 14 pieces. This is why George Floyd is so perfect for this ritual. His birthday is October 14th. You need somebody born on the 14th at the fall for this ritual. There's only one date on the entire calendar that's perfect for this. In the fall, at the fall, on the 14th, and that's October 14th, which is George Floyd's birthday. 14 being, it was an Osiris ritual. So George Floyd was also in a pornographic movie. And the reason they did that, because he represents Osiris, and that represented fertility. That's why he was in that. And so, yeah, so the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff is based off of the Osiris legend. Hiram Abiff is a allegorical architect of Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple is a metaphor. It's not literal. People who take it literally are trapped in 3D, are in the matrix. If they think Solomon's temple is a literal physical brick and mortar place, it's a metaphor, a very powerful metaphor. So Hiram Abiff is almost completing Solomon's temple, which is a metaphor. It's considered the great work. He almost completed it, but before he could complete it, and he's a master mason, 3rd degree. 3 second degree Freemasons called fellow craft, who have not reached the master mason level yet, decide that they want to force the secret word of the master mason out of Hiram Abiff without actually doing the work and getting to the 3rd degree to find out for themselves. They decide, no, we're going to force it out of him, and Hiram Abiff is eventually killed by the 3 ruffians, and he's killed by 2nd degree Freemasons. So that's coded into the George Floyd event. So George Chauvin, he represents, it's the 3 ruffians are Jubilo, Jubilah, Jubilum. Jubilum is the one who finally kills Hiram Abiff with a hammer. George Chauvin is Jubilum. George Floyd is Hiram Abiff. 2nd degree murder, that's 2nd degree. Those are the 3 ruffians. That's what Jubilum is. The killer of Hiram Abiff is a 2nd degree Freemason, and he got 3rd degree murder. Who's a 3rd degree Freemason? Hiram Abiff is, who George Floyd represents. That's what the 2nd degree murder, 3rd degree murder refer to. It's Freemasonry, and this particular
who had the double phoenix tattooed on his back in his little porn shoot video. Remember?
Yeah, actually, it wasn't a double phoenix. Was it? No. So people, that's the thing. He's very dark skinned, and you couldn't see the tattoo clearly. So it looks. So it was a popular perception is that it was a tattoo of the
double-headed phoenix. I thought.
Yeah, the double-headed eagle of the 33rd degree.
I thought it was the Byzantine Empire.
It's actually it's on his chest actually, but it's a single eagle. It's just one eagle, and in its talons, it's holding an automatic rifle.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's actually a single eagle. Yeah, it's not a double eagle. It's a single eagle with an automatic rifle in its talons. But because he's so dark skinned, you can't really see it clearly. But let me get through this. Okay, so Set is the one who killed Osiris in legend, and Set can be spelled S-E-T-H. Well, who was the first? So at first, only black players were kneeling in protest of George Floyd. Now, you know that's unnatural. Nature does not make perfect lines. You would think in the whole NFL, 1, 2, 3, or more white players would feel, moved by it. But of course not. Not a single white player did, only blacks. That's segregation. Freemasonry is segregated by race, and it's unnatural. But one white player, the first and I think only white player to kneel, was named Seth, which nails it. This was a ritual based on this allegory because Seth kills Osiris and George Floyd was Osiris. S-E-T-H. It was Seth DeValve. Cleveland Browns tight end Seth DeValve becomes first white NFL player to join Anthem protest. He's there only because of his name. And the only reason they did have him kneel is because his wife is black. So they don't want to have any white player just as a human being connect to this on a human story and bring people together. No, they want to keep people divided. This is complete divide and conquer.
Oh, yeah.
So there's an asterisk here, only because his wife is black. Yeah, like white people can't feel any sympathy. So it doesn't do anybody a favor, blacks or whites. This is a very cynical side to this. So real quick, so yeah, Osiris is god of the of the underworld. The Greco-Roman god of the underworld is Pluto, Hades, and the United States had its Pluto return on February 20th, 2022. That's astrology, real quick. Well, he had a twin.
Yo, What the hell?
That's Steven Jackson, formerly of the NBA. He's now a major broadcaster.
Are they related in any way in real life?
No, not at all. Not at all. But they look. That's the thing. I don't know how they put these rituals together. But I'll show you why Steven Jackson he's called George Floyd's twin, because they were friends. I think
he did openly say that, like, yeah, we're brothers or we're cousins or something, but it was like a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing, you know.
Yeah,
I think a lot of them play the same character. And then George Floyd died in the Twin City. Remember, he had them two twins at each end of this coffin. There was that whole twin Gemini element, and it happened 19 years after 9/11 when the Twin Towers fell, and we were in that whole shit with the Rona 19. We're tied to the 19-year moon cycle. You're talking about Cancer, which is ruling planet is what? The moon.
Yep.
You know, tied to that whole archetypal energy. So that's interesting, bro. These two, I wonder if it's the same character.
Well, Tommy, I promise you, on my life, the day of this, I said that George Floyd was Steven Jackson. And then a few days later, he came out, said he was best friends. He was like a brother to him. And obviously in Freemasonry, you have a brotherhood. That's why George Floyd's got those bricks behind him. It's the same guy. And that Steven Jackson now, he has this massively popular NBA podcast. Have you noticed that?
No,
really?
no. I mean, dude, I never knew who the guy was, but I believe they play multiple different characters.
I believe they're twins. The whole twin thing, I believe that Steven Jackson, I believe they're twins.
Yeah, it's a twin archetype.
Yeah, it's a twin. It's not the same person. I think they're twins.
Yeah, so the reason they chose
RAMBO killing it.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks. So the reason they chose Steven Jackson is because of his birthday. He's an Aries. Aries is when this is all about the sun cycle. This is all about the cycle. Everything's about the cycle. Everything, the wheel, the cycle. That is the central. That's the core of this. If you want to call this what we live in, the matrix, right at the center of the web is the cycle symbol. It's about the sun cycle. The sun is resurrected in Aries. It's the rebirth of the sun in Aries, and it dies in Libra. So they had, just to balance it out, he represents the rebirth of the sun, Horus. Horus is a resurrected Osiris. He's Osiris who died in the fall in Libra on the 14th, October 14th, when Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. This is pretty clear. It's undeniable. An Aries and a Libra, it's too perfect. And yes, so another example, just how this ties in with Minnesota. They had a quarterback, Randall Cunningham, who had his greatest season with the Minnesota Vikings. And look at Randall Cunningham on Sports Illustrated. They say born again. They know exactly what they mean by born again. What do you think his zodiac sign is? Remember I said the Aries is when the sun is born again, resurrected sun? Yeah, he's March 27th. That's Aries.
Of course he is.
Aries. It's Aries, March 21st to April 19th. So his birthday is March 27th. So the occult, that's what this is. It's an occult world. You have to understand the occult to understand this world. It's all about the occult. Sports Illustrated knows about this. The whole, whoever's behind the media, every event is based on these archetypes, astrology, gematria. I mean, I don't have any gematria. I have only one gematria in here. But born again, because he's an Aries. And again, it's in Minnesota. So he's the opposite. He's a resurrected. So Hiram Abiff in the Freemason legend allegory is actually resurrected. So Randall Cunningham played under Vikings head coach Dennis Green. Why is that relevant? Because Osiris is green. He's a vegetation god. This is Osiris ritual.
Hey, ain't there a connection to like the Green Man or the Green Giants in Minnesota or some shit?
A Green Giants, you said?
I forget. I thought there was a green connection in Minnesota. I might be tripping.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's Evergreen.
Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah.
I know the fourth horseman rides a green horse, which symbolizes death. And I know with Freemasonry, with the third degree, that the candidates participate in this psychodrama where they symbolically die to their old flawed self and they're raised or reborn in a new life and enlightenment, virtue, and brotherly love. So that's what I think, talking about being reborn there. In Freemasonry, third degree, that's what they go through. They're obsessed with death and rebirth. And I think that's why characters can die and then they'll come back as a different character. It's like a death of the old one and then the birth of a new one. I don't know what the green is with Minnesota.
Yeah, so it's Osiris. It's connected to George Floyd and
God of Resurrection.
Dennis Green, born again. He played under Dennis Green. So you see what how these tie in. So this is from Illustrations of Freemasonry by William Morgan. He wasn't supposed to release this in Freemasonry. That I guess that is prohibited. He revealed these, but you have to take it with a grain of salt. Who knows if he actually was allowed to do it? But the story is that William Morgan revealed in 1827 some Freemason rituals. And you can also find these in Duncan's Ritual. If you look up Duncan's Ritual and Monitor, it has the same Freemason. So that's where the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff ritual. This is what the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff ritual looks like. This is a third degree. You have to be a third degree Mason to do this. This is Hiram Abiff, brethren, representing Hiram Abiff, and he's flanked. And you see the kneeling. That's where the kneeling comes from, which is it's what happened with Damar Hamlin, the kneeling. So illustrations of Freemasonry. This is a modern day book, and you see how they have the brick pattern in the back. It's a very important symbol that you see in the back of George Floyd. And this is a ziggurat in Sumer. In Iraq and Iran have these ziggurats. So this goes back to ancient Sumer. This will be part of my decode, which I'll do later. This is the entered apprentice has to kneel. This is not the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. This is the entered apprentice. How this shows the kneeling, and this is the fellow craft, second degree, how they kneel as well. And look at the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry. Look at that. And this is the coffin of George Floyd, golden. It's the sun. This is Jacob Fry. Look at that. Compare that to that.
Oh, it's one of their teams in Rambo that's green. The Minnesota, their NHL team.
Oh, the Wild.
Yeah. And you guys are sports guys. I suck at sports. But I looked it up. They're straight green. So there is a major green connection tied there in Osiris, the green, the god of resurrection.
Yeah, but you can see where these come from. This is Damar Hamlin. This is the chariot. The chariot is always a central symbol. What is about this? Because of the wheels, it's the cycle. Damar Hamlin. So it's on January 2nd when he collapsed on the field. So Damar Hamlin, this ritual is actually a sequel to George Floyd. George Floyd is the death of Osiris. And he dies, goes into the underworld. Damar Hamlin is the resurrection of Osiris. Damar Hamlin is an Aries, born I think March 24th. He's an Aries. Aries is the resurrected sun. He's a resurrected Osiris. So George Floyd dies. Damar Hamlin is resurrected. These are companion, or you could say sequel rituals. And they're 2 years, 222 days apart. This is when Damar Hamlin, in 2023, when he collapsed on the field, and this is when George Floyd was 2 years, 222 days, as 4 2s, which is the Pluto return. And Pluto being the god of the underworld, just as Osiris is the god of the underworld, is on February 22nd in 2022. So it was 2/22/22. And that's actually how this what ties those two incidents together. It's all about the underworld and Pluto return. And the 8:46, that's the time given for George Floyd, the duration time for his killing, which ties into 9/11, because 8:46 a.m. was when the 9/11 attacks started at 8:46 a.m. Well, it was 8:46 coincidentally. And that wasn't the time. If anyone watched it, you can just time it. I mean, if you want to sit through that. It was not 8 minutes 40 seconds. It's a ritual time. That's when this happened to be when 9/11 started, 8:46. And the reason they chose 8:46, this is from timeanddate.com in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is on May 25th, 2020. The sun set in Minneapolis, Minnesota at 8:46 p.m. that day, the day that George Floyd was asphyxiated. The sun set at 8:46. If it wasn't already clinched, if this doesn't clinch it as a sunset ritual, that's why they picked 8:46, because the sun set at 8:46. This is from timeanddate.com, but then they changed the time act. So sunset in the Latin cipher is 5:22, like the date. 8:46. There's a Freemason Lodge 8:46. The building is for Lodge 8:46 used to be in New York, but where in New York was Freemason Lodge 8:46? In Buffalo, New York, of course, Buffalo, New York. In fact, William Morgan, who wrote Illustrations of Freemasonry, he was disappeared from Youngstown, New York, which is in the Buffalo metropolitan area. Well, Buffalo, New York is a big part of this. Damar Hamlin playing for the Buffalo Bills. That's where William Morgan, who actually first revealed to the world this martyrdom Hiram Abiff ritual. Well, Lodge 8:46 in Buffalo, New York. That building is no longer used for I think Lodge 846 is in California now. So now it's no longer there, but it ties Buffalo into this number. And you see Lodge 846, this is still up in Buffalo, New York. So they changed the time to 9 minutes, 26 seconds. Former officer Nelton George Floyd from 9 minutes, 29 seconds, not the infamous 846. Why did they pick 929 to 929? This is what they're saying now, it's 929. Well, that's because Prince Hall Freemasonry, which is designated for African Americans or blacks in general, not from America. Prince Hall Freemasonry was established on September 29th. That's 929. That's why they picked 929 as homage to Prince Hall Freemasonry. And to clinch that, this is from Google Maps. This is the location of George Floyd's death on 38th Street. Incidentally, the George Floyd who played for New York Jets, the cornerback, he wore 38, whose picture was shown at the funeral, but it's on 38th Street. And this is you can see how many blocks it is, like 1, 2, 2.5 blocks to the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Minnesota. And that's why they changed it to 929, because Prince Hall Freemasonry was established on 929. Just one last 525, the movie Alien. It's all about the aliens now, alien disclosure and extraterrestrial disclosure, and the alien is now in the NBA Finals. Well, the movie Alien was released on May 25th. So I'll leave it there.
Unbelievable, Rambo. What a phenomenal way to kick off this phenomenal panel. Tommy, before we pass things off to you, because I know that you've been looking at the Kyle Busch stuff and whatnot. You know, Daniel, there he is. I gotta say, doesn't Daniel look like Dan Bilzerian? His name's Daniel. I was like, am I talking to Dan Bilzerian right now? Vegas Golden Knights. I'm cracking a joke. He appreciates it.
You know, one time I was walking out of a stop and this guy's like, "Hey, I know you. And I'm like, I don't know if we met, man. He's like, no, you're the zigzag guy. You're the guy in the zigzag box. And I was like, that was the best compliment ever. Pretty awesome. But hey, I just want to interrupt and be like, what an amazing presentation. And always, Rambo, it's always amazing to follow your consciousness and how you break things down, the correlations, the kind of connections. And so what you were bringing up about that ritual was so brilliant. And you know, one of the things too with ritual is how consent is such an important thing that they need to resist the karmic impact of what they're trying to apply. You know, and so you were bringing up like that idea. It's like even the idea of like how they were literally getting us to chant, "We can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe," and then the acceleration and the amplification of the mask mandates, right? And so all of a sudden we literally are asking not to be able to breathe. And we're like, I can't breathe. And then they're like, oh, you can't breathe? And then you think about the ventilators that they brought in. And it was just like, here's some air for you. And it was like the killing of it. And it's like this unique kind of tie, but how important consent is through this whole process. And then too, as you were talking, and I'm sure one of you individuals brought this up in all your guys' work, but the interesting correlation too, when we were all kind of like, you know, I feel like that's like right around the time Game of Thrones was coming to an end, and there was so much aspects in that show about bending the knee, not bending the knee, like only bending the knee, and it was like this really big conflict thing. And all of a sudden, we're bending the knees to this like lower power, and so and it's just like the correlations too with like the seals that were brought up early, where I really kind of think that this was the breaking of the white seal, and that's why it was done with like the medical industry with the white coats. And I think it was the start of a very big process that we're kind of going through now. But I wanted to tip my hat to you, Rambo, because that was always just amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Rambo, too, with that egg you showed there at the end, your alien egg.
Yeah.
No, that's interesting. They use that egg on the cover of Aliens, because what's our pineal gland? It's represented as an egg. And my boy Revival of Wisdom, he broke this shit down. It just blew my mind. In the word alien is an anagram for pineal. And if you look into our consciousness, it kind of is alien, right? When you're looking into inner alchemy, because it exists out of space and time. So there's a whole connection to the pineal gland with this whole alien situation that people don't even see. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, my presentation goes into Kyle Busch, the aliens. It has a connection to George Floyd because when Ball hit me up, that's what he told me the video was about. So that's what I dug into.
Dude, that alien poster I looked at quite a bit. Like egg, I believe is 19 in gematria, but the word egg when it's spiraling down is a 666. But this is interesting because beneath it is the checkerboard floor that you see maybe at the disco. You go to the disco, they have a checkerboard floor, but it's all light and colorful. This is sort of reminds me of that.
Yeah, you did a lot of work on the egg symbolism.
Yeah,
and the history schools. I mean, we could go down a rabbit hole. We had the chicken commercial, guys. Remember recently where they sacrificed the dude in the gravy and they were carrying the golden egg. There's been a huge egg motif, and there's many different connections to it. But yeah,
the egg is also Humpty Dumpty. So Humpty Dumpty, although the poem doesn't talk about an egg, does it? It doesn't mention an egg. The reason they use Humpty Dumpty is about this very theme that I've talked about, the sun cycle symbol. The reason that an egg is a sun symbol is the yolk, the yellow yolk. That's the that's the sun. And if you look at on the sun tarot card, there's a wall. If you use a Crowley deck, Rider-Waite deck, the Thoth deck, they all have a wall on the sun card. So Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty is the sun. When the sun falls off the wall, so that's like George Floyd's death. It's that's why you have the wall in the background. The wall is actually the equator. When the sun, or it could be the horizon at sunset. When the sun sets at sunset, across the horizon is the wall. That's actually Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall, as he does at the fall. But the other part of that is Humpty Dumpty actually does get back again. And in the Elizabethan cipher of gematria, Humpty Dumpty and George Floyd actually have a match. So it is also the egg is also a sun symbol because of the yolk, the yellow yolk.
The nursery rhymes. I listened to this Ralph Ellis podcast. He was breaking down even the Disney's like Snow White. Snow White would be the moon, I believe, or the sun, and the Milky Way was the evil like witch. And so all these nursery rhymes, Jack and Jill, all of that is all what you're talking about. These astrological alignments symbolically passed down. And one thing I wanted to point out was the sunset rituals you were talking about is during the Grammys at sunset, or the Oscars, one of those events, though, was a couple of years ago, exactly at sunset in Turkey, the earthquake zone is a symbol of either probably Ra, Set and Ra. It's the symbol of it. The earthquake happened right at sunset as his Grammys happened. But that was a great presentation. I took a bunch of notes to talk about later.
Yeah, and I would say before we pass things off to Tommy, I know he's got his own presentation for us. I just want to go around the table really quick. Make sure that, KODI, Daniel, good to hear from you, man. Ani, Adam, Myron, if you guys got anything else to add, I guess, to the alien stuff, the George Floyd stuff, let's put a bow on it.
So AJ, just real quick, if I could share my screen, and while we're on the George Floyd thing, I just want to show how it's being paid tribute to tonight on WWE television. You guys know I love WWE, but it's because it's a ritual stage. It's what it is. And Roman Reigns is the face of WWE. And when is his birthday? Let me just is my screen up there? Can you guys see that?
Yep. Okay,
so Roman Reigns, his birthday is May 25th. It might take a minute for my screen to load. So today is his birthday. And they're having a live show tonight, Monday Night Raw, like War, right? And there's a big storyline going on tonight on live TV where his cousin, the Samoan werewolf, they call this guy the werewolf, Jacob Fatu, and let's not forget Jacob means usurper. He is challenging Roman Reigns at Clash in Italy in a few days on Sunday, for the title there. But this is their first ever live pay-per-view in Italy, by the way. So this is Roman Reigns, who reigns in Rome, right, in Italy, the Catholic Church. And Roman Reigns tonight said this to his cousin. I'll just read it real fast. Jacob Fatu, if you win in Turin, Italy, you become the head of the table. But if you don't win, I'm going to lead you around like a dog. I'm going to break you. If you lose, you're going to serve me and learn from me, and you'll end up loving your tribal chief. So they're telling you on the world stage tonight, this is a callback to what happened 5-6 years ago and who was the champion during this whole time? It was Roman Reigns, and he held the championship for 16 days until he lost it to Cody Rhodes. And when is Roman Reigns' birthday? On National Cody Day? So today is National Cody Day, and I find it super weird that Roman Reigns lost to Cody Rhodes, and his birthday is National Cody Day. So yeah, Cody Rhodes is the first one to beat him after 16 days. But anyway, Jacob Fatu, he is the usurper. They're putting down the rebellion, right? The Roman Empire. And again, if you go from the birth of Jacob Fatu, or from the birth of George Floyd to the birth of Jacob Fatu, the guy who's getting put down tonight, 222 months. And in Gematria, order out of chaos. So it's exactly what Roman Reigns is saying. The chaos that you're going to try to bring to me, I'm going to put it down. Order out of chaos. And Roman Reigns even said tonight, if I lose, if Roman Reigns loses, you guys are going to, he even said this tonight. He said, it's going to be not good. So I don't, either way, there's going to be some chaos, and there's going to be order from that chaos. Right. So, I just wanted to, because this is really all I have to share about the George Floyd right now, but I wanted to get that in there before we move on to other things. But I think there was something else I wanted to say, but I'll let other people start getting in. But that's my part for now.
That was great, Cody. Amazing stuff. The 222 connects to 9/11 and COVID, doesn't it? Because there's exactly 222 months between 9/11 and COVID being declared a pandemic. But I got one thing for George Floyd. I got lots of things, but obviously Rambo did an incredible job. But George Floyd died whilst Trump was the president. And we know Trump's a Gemini, yeah?
Yep.
Which connects to the twin. But I made this connection. You may have already done it, but George Floyd died on the 146th day at the age of 46. And Donald Trump was born 14/6/46. Which is pretty insane, isn't it? When you think about that. I'll say that again. George Floyd died on the 146th day of the year at age 46, whilst Donald Trump was president, who's a Gemini, which connects to twins. And Trump was born 14/6/46. And there's all these people in the community that think that Elvis and Trump are twins and all sorts of crazy stuff like that. So that's something I want to share with George Floyd. And by the way, George Floyd, I think he connects to the NBA, obviously, with Steven Jackson. And Donald Trump was born the same year the NBA was founded, which is 46, which is LeBron James's NBA Finals record, 4-6.
I have one thing to add also about the kneeling portion, like cutting off but just the taking a knee of the George Floyd. I know in 2020, the big narratives in the sports world or the NBA was the Kobe passing. And then it was like LeBron kind of getting the retribution of winning the finals on Father-Daughter Day. But the big things other than the pandemic was like Kobe's death and the George Floyd situation. And the knee thing just made me think about the last time that Kobe was a big name or had a big story in the NBA, and it was 2016. You had the Trump storylines. You had Kobe retiring from the NBA. You had LeBron beating the NBA team with the best record. But the American story was Colin Kaepernick taking a knee and everybody like kind of turning their back on Colin Kaepernick. So it was like a recurring theme of the kneeling, and then corresponding with like the sports storyline. So that the
Another
George Floyd and
CK,
Peyton-
right, Myron?
Yeah,
Another CK like Charlie Kirk, same birthday as
same
George
birthday.
Floyd.
Correct. Yep.
Unreal, man.
And CK
Unreal.
is 311, isn't it? CK is 311 with the letters of the alphabet, and COVID was declared a pandemic on 311.
Kobe Bryant is 113.
Yeah, and
There you
he was drafted round 1, pick 13, and he made his NBA debut on November the 3rd, 11-3. And National Basketball Association equals 113, and the NBA shut down the same day COVID was declared a pandemic.
Yeah, and Utah Jazz is 113. Is that where Charlie Kirk was killed in Utah?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Utah Jazz is 113.
Also, the One World Trade Center, the new Freedom so-called tower, was opened on November 3rd.
Oh my goodness.
You know, Neo was born 311 as well, and his passport ran out 9/11, and 3:11 p.m. is the 911th minute of the day.
Oh my goodness. Let's pass the ball off to Tommy. I know he's been dying to get in here. You know, hey, thank you so much, Tommy, again for joining, man. I know we're talking George Floyd, we're talking Kyle Busch, we're talking aliens, all kinds of things. And I know this is going to segue and pivot very well, especially with the end of Rambo's presentation. Once again, shout out to you, Rambo. That was unbelievable.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for kicking things off for us tonight. But yeah, Tommy, you have the floor, my guy.
Yeah, great job, Rambo. And, you know, sorry I had to chime in there a couple times. You know, I'm always been a huge fan of yours, bro. And you really laid the groundwork with the whole asphyxiation thing and opened my eyes to so much. So I always got so much love for you, bro.
Yeah, thanks. No problem.
You know, so when I was told about this decode, I don't even know NASCAR, guys, but Ball hits me up, talks about Kyle Busch, so I start looking into it, and I see this connection to aliens, Trump, all these crazy connections tied to this event. So first of all, let's look. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going to use gematria here, which comes from Jewish Kabbalah mysticism, and we're going to use many different ciphers. I'll explain them as we go. The whole presentation, 8 to 10 minutes long. So we got KB, right? Kyle Busch's initials. Now that's 112. Quite obvious, but 112, we know the Jesuits, which is like the military branch of the Catholic Church, they're in 112 nations, and every number has a mirror reflection. So if you have 112, obviously you have 211. Now, who did we have in the news recently tied to the number 211? Alex Jones. There was a major ritual during the 13 days of preparation going into Beltane. At the end of that, 5-1, Alex Jones, InfoWars goes off air. Alex was born on February 11th. 211 is the 47th prime number. Now, 47 is tied to this whole ritual because that's the year Roswell happened. Aliens, Roswell is 47 in Chaldean, which is the oldest cipher based on 1 through 8. They didn't use the number 9 because it was considered divine. So this cipher 1 through 8 adds up to 36. It's based on 36. And just to show you, even in reverse reduction and reduction, you got the double match with Kyle Busch in NASCAR ritual tied to 47, which was the year the whole alien situation got planted into the subconscious, the psyche of the masses. Now, Kyle Busch was on this Toyota commercial with his brother. There was 2 of them. One aired on June 24th of 2022. Then he had another one on June 25th. So in the commercial, he gets abducted by aliens, right? And if you look into that date, from the date he shot that commercial, guys, until his death was 1,427 days. Well, take them numbers. 14 plus 27 is 41, which is the age Kyle Busch dies at. And Roswell, aliens, NASCAR ritual, all tied to that 187 code, which we all know is the homicide number. right? So there's the death connection to this whole thing. Kyle Busch dies at the age 41. Just a little recap. Toyota Alien commercial 6/24 of 2022 to Kyle Busch's death. That time span is 14,027 days, which when you add that up becomes 4 and 1. Skull and Bones is 41. If you remember, this is a number they use over and over. In 2017, when we had the Great American Eclipse, 41 days later, boom, the Las Vegas massacre. I think it was even 41 days after there was 41 days connected to Texas fire too, but I can't remember. It popped off like a day before Donut's birthday in February. If you guys remember that big fire event we had, there was a 41 connection there. Obviously, the Kobe Bryant 41 connection, and that's the number of skull and bones in both reduction and sepentry. And sepentry is based on 1 through 7. So usually when you're looking into anything biblical, it's a really good cipher for that. Now, Henry Ford, he's the father of automobiles. When you think of a car, you think of Henry Ford. You don't think of who created Toyota, who created Chevy, who created this. You think of Henry Ford. And this whole Kyle Busch connection is tied to the racing when we're having one of the biggest racing events of the weekend tied to Memorial Day, right? So Henry Ford dies on 4/7 of 1947, the double 47 connection. And remember here, when we go back, we had the Kyle Busch, NASCAR, Alien Roswell, 47. That all happened in 47 in Corona, I might add. Corona, New Mexico is where this farmer found this shit on his farm. So there's the whole
Tommy, if I can,
well, go ahead.
No, I got to throw this in there. You know, the whole Corona thing. Let's not forget that Kobe Bryant, KB, also died at 41. He's buried in Corona Del Mar, and right. And then also, I could pull it up, but just believe me when I say Kobe Bryant and automobile grand slam match, as Rambo would say, in all 4 of the base ciphers of Gematria. And let's not forget about before Kobe's death, right before, you know what, in 2020, he was out directing traffic, and, he wasn't in the car crash, but he got out in his sweatsuit, and he's, it's all foggy, and he's out there directing traffic. So,
well, I wouldn't even have looked at the Kobe angle with this whole car motif, but you mentioned that he was doing that directing traffic shit when me and you had the phone call. So, and then I seen the 41 connection with his death date, and I seen the time span tied to old boys who Henry Ford. I'm like, okay, there's balls onto something. There's a definite Ford, like a car connection between these rituals, right? And so most people don't realize Kenneth Arnold sighting really popped off the UFO situation. So that really programmed it into the psyche of the masses before Roswell happened. We have Kenneth Arnold sighting on 6/24 of 1947, which is exactly 77 days after Henry Ford dies, the father of a major juggernaut in the automobile industry. And 77, guys, that's 7/7. That's the day the rancher Mac Brazil reports the strange debris on his ranch on 7/7 of 1947. Then 7/8 is the date when Roswell Army Airfield announces the recovery of a flying disc. This is actually in the newspaper. Then they redact that story on 7/9, and they say it was a weather balloon. Right?
Tommy, could I jump in just for 1 minute? Sorry, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
No, thank you. So, you mentioned the 4/7/47 with Henry Ford, and then the Kenneth Arnold sighting on 6/24.
Yes, sir.
So in Freemasonry, the number 47 refers to the 47th proposition of the Euclid's element, the Pythagorean theorem. They're obsessed with it in Freemasonry. And Freemasonry was founded on 6/24. So you've got the Freemason connections there. And with the racing, the recent Daytona 500, it featured 41 driver grids instead of the standard 40.
Damn, I didn't.
41, bro. And then George Bush, who you mentioned, Skull and Bones, George Bush Sr. was the 41st US president, and he gave his New World Order speech 9/11, 1990, exactly 11 years before 9/11, 2001. So maybe that New World Order is the aliens. Thank you so much. I just wanted to jump in.
Yeah. No, you definitely are onto something, because Reagan, back to Reagan and Rambo's connection to Reagan, he's the one that said if we had an alien invasion, it would bring all the world together. So remember, they're already programming this shit into the psyche of the masses. Now, look at this, guys. If we look at trigonometron Kabbalah, in any of these ciphers you can find free on truthfultv.com. We have a gematria calculator on there. We have probably the biggest database in the world, and it's 100% free. So distraction is 77, death hoax. And on 9/11, that's when Flight 77 hit the 77-foot tall Pentagon on the 77th meridian, 77 minutes after takeoff. So, you know what I'm saying? Then we see the 77 connection here with Henry Ford's death and Kenneth Arnold's sighting. So my next slide, Kenneth Arnold ties into 846 and Sumerian. Why does this number matter so much? Well, let's break it down a little bit. When you look into the energetic vibrational frequency of the number 846, it's a charging number. 128 is a grounding number. So the grounding represents that blue energy, the moon energy, Isis. The red represents Ra, the sun, the male, the masculine energy, right? And 128 and 846 are connected, guys. When you spell out 128, it equals 846. So check this out. On 9/11, the plane hits the tower at 8:46 a.m. Boom, charging the ritual, right? Then the tower collapses at 10:28 a.m., grounding the ritual. It's all ritual. That was very high ritual magic that took place there, just like a Super Bowl or this George Floyd event. The first person to take the jab for the whole Rona situation, and she gets this on December 14th during the Corona eclipse in Argentina. I mean, come on, guys. That's the 13-year anniversary date to where the movie I Am Legend came out, where they catch the whole shit from the cure, not the actual symptom. Because remember, they cured cancer in it and turned everybody into freaking raging zombies. You know, that was the anniversary of that movie. So that's a great day to pick to jab this chick. Now, and plus it being the Corona eclipse in Argentina, her name equals 846. So there we got two of them. Then George Floyd, they kneel on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Now, why did they change the time? A year and a half later, 18 months later, they go back to court and change it to 926, which there was 926 chapters in the original Bible. So I think that's why they changed it. But the original time was 846. And as you can see here, guys, that's tied to Kenneth Arnold, which first laid the seed for the whole alien situation. Tribulations, the days of Noah are 846. I'm not going to touch on the DNA one, but you can read it there. That gets into this whole angelic DNA and Crowley. Now, we look at Crowley, right, and the alien connection that they're putting into the subconscious of the masses. In that alien commercial, he was in car number 18. What did Crowley say? A famous quote from him. Today they call them angels and demons. Tomorrow they will call them something else. And he was in contact with this entity named Lamb that he channeled that looked very much like the modern day gray alien from the North Carolina abduction sketch. So what was he really in contact with? You know, I don't know, but I do know this. That 18 number with the whole alien motif, 6 + 6 + 6 is 18. If you remember, after CERN broke the world record in energy back in 2022, 18 hours later on George Bush's birthday, the little George Bush, not the big one, the Georgia Guidestones blew up. 18 hours later, exactly. And they on the Georgia Guidestones have stated to get the population down to 500 million in perpetual harmony with nature. Now, you heard how my boy Rambo was talking about they're casting a spell on the masses, and it really is. And this cipher we're going to use here is called pi, which is based on 3.144, the true version of pi. Again, that's available on truthfultv.com. So it ties into the number 137. Physics, that's in quantum physics. This is the number of the fine structure constant. It pretty much measures and strengthens all electromagnetic magnetic interaction and governs how light and electrically charged matter interact. So without this number, guys, no reality would exist. Okay, none. And Kyle Busch equals 137. When you take the Masonic compass, which is 47 by 90 degrees, it equals 137. And 137 is the 33rd prime number, which we got Kyle Busch in that cipher, pi, matching cast a spell. That's what it really was, a major spell on the masses, right? And the 47 with Trump's connection, which I'll get into in a minute. Mount Hermon, this is where the fallen angels descended to bring man this forbidden knowledge in the book of Enoch. That's on the 33rd parallel. And it lines up directly with Roswell. Just go figure that. And right before all this stuff pops off, guys, that's when Jack Parsons was out in the desert doing the Babylon workings. In 1946, they were trying to birth this moon child. And then a couple months later, Trump's born during a blood moon over Jerusalem, which Trump is the 47th president, born on June 14th of 2017, or born on June 14th. 2017 is when he recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. In 2018, he did the U.S. embassy there. So he's had these double connections. You're probably like, why is he bringing up Trump? The Nephilim is tied to 32 NASCAR ritual. And if you remember in the beginning of this slide, look right here, guys. Trump's the 47th president. He's born on 6/14. So from Henry Ford's death on 4/7 of 1947 till Kyle Busch's death. This blew my mind. This was a secret code. It's 28,899 days. So when you take that number and then you take Trump's number, the 47th president, his birthday, 6/14, you times that, you get the key, 28,858. You take them numbers, subtract them. What do you end up with? 41. Which is the age he died at. Skull and Bones' number takes it back to Trump. So you see Trump's birthday's tied into it. His energy's really connected to it. And in my opinion, it's all to bring forth this fake alien invasion, which I don't trust them. That's all I'm going to say, guys. Whether you want to trust them or not, I don't trust these aliens, whatever they are. To me, it's a rebranding of the fallen angelics, right? Look at the word alien. It's literally a lie in the word. You know what I'm saying? And like Crowley said right there, what'd he say? Today they call them angels and demons. Tomorrow they will call them something else. With that, mic drop.
Tommy, my freaking goodness, dude. The chat is just electric right now with what you brought to the table and how perfect. I mean, you know, we knew that we were going to talk about George Floyd, but you had just amazing work piggybacking off of the 846 that Rambo talked about. And shout out to you with your visuals. There was somebody in the chat that was just like, love the way that you're presenting your work. And I know you've
guys.
Yeah. And I know you've offered, you know, to help me with my own visuals. I think mine are good. I think the music I'm making is good too, but you disagree.
I love your music, bro. I was just busting your balls.
Oh, no, I know, dude. I'm just having fun. I'm just saying.
I love your work, man. Everyone on this platform, you guys are all legends. Ani, you know, I mean, bro, you inspired me so much with going deeper than just Gematria. So did Rambo. So did Donut. I mean, we all bring our own element. You know, my boy KODI, he goes hard on the decoding. And I'm happy to get to know the rest of you guys. So thank you for just letting me come on here. And just to let you guys know, I didn't talk to Rambo. None of us coordinated none of these decodes. So that's just some organic synchronicity for your ass, how it tied into George Floyd.
AJ, can I jump in for 2 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Very quick 2 minutes. Unbelievable presentation. My graphics are arguably the worst out of everybody. Horrific. So the lamb stuff, so interesting with Crowley. So I believe celebrities are called A-listers because of Alistair, because of Crowley. And the lamb entity, which basically was Crowley's channeled spirit. When you look at lamb, right, that's the initials of Lionel Andreas Messi, right? The greatest footballer of all time. And what the commentators say about him is out of this world, is not from this planet. Okay, that's how they describe Messi. Yeah. And the lamb as well, right? Lionel Messi baptized Lamine Yamal. So the first 3 letters of Lamine is L-A-M, like lamb. It makes me think about Lamborghinis as well. But also Jesus is the Lamb of God. But I really wanted to emphasize that connection because Messi recently won the World Cup, didn't he? And we're going to talk a little bit about the World Cup. And literally his initials are L-A-M, which is mental.
And you know what, bro? I think Lamb and Ani and Donut, you can chime in on this because I know we went really deep on these entities during the 4/8 eclipse ritual. And that was when Crowley did his whole Amalantra workings ritual around that same time frame. And was it Lamb is a totally different entity than ayahuasca? Am I correct, Ani? With that, or Donut?
No, I think they're similar.
Are they similar archetypes?
Yeah, ayahuasca and lamb are similar archetypes. It's the spirit. Lamb is the drawing. Ayahuasca is like the spirit of the incantation or the ritual.
Okay. And Crowley called himself the Beast 666 to go with your 6 + 6 + 6 = 18. And you know Trump's first day in office as the 47th president was exactly 666 months after the moon landing?
Damn, I know it was 666 days from the day of his shooting, his first assassination attempt until the end of the season of sacrifice, which usually that whole season starts on 3/22 through May 11th, 5/11. That's really when that huge ritual windows open. We have Waco during that time. Texas massacre, the Columbine shit. I mean, there's so many of them just during the 13 days of preparation. You know what I mean?
And you know, Donald, with the 322s, the amazing connections with 322s. National Donald Day is 3/22, March the 22nd. Oh, and Donald means world ruler, doesn't it? And these aliens are going to come and take over the world and all of that. It means world ruler, Donald. And Donald Day is 3/22.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on with these aliens. I don't trust it. 3/22, I think Donut could tell you about. I might be mistaken. Oh, Georgia Guidestones went up on 3/22. Speaking of that, guys, in 1980, I believe. And Donut, ain't that the day Hillary caught the you know what?
She got sick on 3/22, just like Joe Biden got medicated at 3/22, or Oprah staying home for 3/22 days. Yeah, so this 3/22 pops up crazy. Like Kanye, who got removed off of X for tweeting about an alien cult with 3.22 million subscribers. Then you got Candy. She is married to this aristocratic elite family, and he became an American citizen on 3/22. She left the Daily Wire on 3/22 and got baptized at 3/22. So this 3/22 skull and bones connection is very intermittent with the alien stuff, because there's a huge, from my research over the last 5 months, diving deep into the alien stuff, there's a huge connection to the British Empire and the National Socialist movement. There's a huge connection connected to the alien story.
And you've been looking into aliens a lot longer than 6 months, man. You were doing. I remember that documentary you did back in 2022 with the whole, the whole Bugs Bunny situation in connection.
Yeah, that was the Year of the Bunny. In Robert Anton Wilson's work, he talked about Hollywood intermittens this bunny rabbit as Marvin the Martian abducted Bugs Bunny, one of the first abductions. And then you watch the movie Knowing, you watch all these films that Hollywood releases. Even Spielberg has a story coming out, Disclosure Day, which is tied to UFO in the trailer. His Gremlins movie, you got E.T., Eric Torres, the extra testicle, the alien, right next to Bugs Bunny in the closet. So there's this huge rabbit connection as there's this bunny on the moon. So that was in 2022, but that year happened 2023, but I was talking about then. Then I read the Matt Ehret article on what does the Rockefellers, the Clintons, and MK Ultra all have in common. And it goes into the UFO psychological operations that are happening, and I believe is highly connected to the resetting of the autonomic nervous system for a new belief system of the masses. Because after the lockdowns, there was a connection between the lockdowns and the aliens. And it seems to be like the alien story is the new mythos to bring some sort of hope for humanity. And this goes all the way back to the Jordan Maxwell research and even prior of the aliens coming to bring a dawn of a new day. And so I've been looking at the alien stuff for a while, but then I was like very disenchanted by the story, how I was psyoped. But then I read the Closer Encounters book, and that blew me away because it went into the trickster archetype. So I uncovered 3 different trickster archetype books and dive really deep. So that I do believe is real, is that these archetypes are real. But when it comes to a lot of the narrative, I believe that is fabricated heavily for some sort of ideology.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and Henry Ford you were talking about. Henry Ford.
I know, Ani, you got some stuff on that too. What was you going to say, Donut?
No, it was just the Henry Ford guy that you were talking about. He funded with other aristocratic elites in America that were highly big in certain programs with J.P. Morgan and George Bush. George Bush as Prescott Bush, I mean, not George Bush, but his grandfather, and J.P. Morgan. These are the aristocratic elites who were interested in this Akasha energy called the Vril that was written by this guy who came up with the term, the pen is mightier than the sword. And he wrote this book called The Coming Race. So this is very connected to the House of Lords, the British Empire, and the ideology of the National Socialists when it comes to this whole alien disclosure that's happening. I think that the whole UFO release files, if you look at the website, I believe it's just a recruitment for the military industrial complex because it looks pretty cool, the website. Like if you're, you know, it's like, I want to sign up. Don't go kill some of these, you know, aliens or whatever. It's, but yeah, there's a lot to it.
It's adult. To me, it's always been adult fandom. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's adult entertainment to me. The whole shit. I don't. If there is any connection, it's definitely archetypal in my opinion. But
sure.
Ani, what was you gonna chime in there, brother?
Yeah, I think it's the recruitment for more moon children, which are MK Ultra or consciously energetic vessels that they use on the world stage, how they swap out characters or they play archetypal roles that Rambo was presenting earlier. And let's not forget that the last Alien movie that came out last year was Alien Earth. And it is about the aliens coming directly to Earth. And the whole theme was based around the Lost Boys, which is interesting with Michael being released during the, you know, time of the Artemis 2 mission, and Michael Jackson being famous for the moonwalk. And
he's also very famous for children's stuff too.
Yeah, right. So connecting that back in, because the whole Alien Earth was about cyborgs as children, transferring children's consciousness into adult bodies. And, you know, and it goes back into alien invasion. AI is really what it's about. AI is, they're going to pretty much make AI this messianic type thing where Elon Musk or certain billionaires are the only people that's able to go up the mountaintop and receive the information from the program and bring, you know, the information from the top of Mount Sinai, just like the Bible says, and say we're the only ones that can talk to this thing and we'll tell you what it's saying. I think
the Moses, right?
Right.
The Moses archetype. Wow.
And bring it down to us and say, well, we're the ones that was chosen to speak to this thing. But I don't know, AJ, I don't know if you mind, but I have a short presentation.
Yes,
it's extremely short. And if you guys will
100%, Ani. I know you got to drop off early because you have an early morning, and I know it's late for you over on the East Coast. So yes, please jump in here, do your thing.
Thank you very much. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Somebody in the chat said Mount Sinai AI in it. That's interesting. I never even looked at it like that.
It also has sin in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
There was a place biblically or in Babylon actually called AI.
Was there?
Yeah, it was destroyed by Joshua in the 6th book. That's why I said Anthony Joshua would destroy Jake Paul in the 6th round, because in the 6th book of the Bible, Joshua destroys AI. And there was all those videos going around of Jake Paul. Have you seen all the Jake Paul AI videos? Yeah, there's a lot of AI videos with Jake Paul and Joshua, like Anthony Joshua defeated Jake Paul in the 6th round. And in the book of Joshua, the 6th book of the Bible, Joshua, a military leader, destroys AI. And God's going to destroy AI as well, artificial intelligence. But it was an actual place.
AI is a city in Canaan.
Oh, okay. Wow. I'm going down that rabbit hole.
Let me pull it up. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see what you're tweaking with, brother. AI, city in Canaan. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? I can't believe I haven't done a video on this shit.
Yeah, oh my God, dude.
I know what I'm making go viral tomorrow.
Years ago.
Well, and then also biblically, really quick. I mean, Adam, you know, you can attest to this. I'm just gonna say, like, AI, the answer. I'm wearing my 67ers hat in tribute to the 76ers, but Allen Iverson, AI, he's called the answer, right? And there's a lot of things with brotherly love, Philadelphia, biblically, etc. But yeah, go ahead, Ani, do your thing, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you. So my whole decode is about what happened on May 23rd. There was a shooting at the White House. It was a 21-year-old melanated man named Nasir Bess, who was fatally shot during an armed exchange with Secret Service personnel near the White House grounds. Now, authorities said that Bess believed he was Jesus Christ. And I thought that was very interesting. And he also identified himself as the real Osama bin Laden. So it gives Moonchild, MK Ultra S type vibes. And what a Moonchild is, which I'm developing the new 21st century philosophy around this term, is a consciously engineered soul vessel, a person made into an archetype formed through ritual, through psychological efforts, and intention to carry out, amplify, and project a specific spiritual or energetic force into reality. And you guys know about the Moonchild rituals dating back to Jack Parsons and Crawley and everything. So it's been relevant for a while.
Yeah.
So the date I noticed correlated May 23rd, 2026, 5 plus 23 plus 20 plus 26 is 74. So it's interesting, it's a 74 date numerology, and you have this guy claiming he's Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ equals 74. Masonic equals 74. Killing equals 74. So also occult. A lot of people don't know, but the word occult equals 74. And when the C word hit back in 2020, Trump was 74 years old, which I'm going to highlight in a second. So the day also carried 54 numerology as well. And we know the Jesuit order equals 54. Also, sun equals 54, which Rambo alluded, a lot of these rituals are tied to the sun. And Osama bin Laden died at the age of 54, and he called himself the real Osama bin Laden. And that incident came 21 days after Osama bin Laden's death in the anniversary. So you have a 21-year-old who gets shot dead, who called himself the real Osama bin Laden 21 days after Osama bin Laden's death anniversary. Also, it was on Saturday, Saturn's day. Saturn equals 21, and Jesuit also equals 21 as well. Now, Nasir Best also equals 68, which matches Donald John Trump in gematria. Donald John Trump equals 68. CIA equals 68, because I think this was a CIA psyop. The number 68 also connects back to 1968, the year that MLK, Martin Luther King, and the assassination year of his death.
Hey, Ani, also, brother, that 21 connection you have, war is 21, and then 68, every World War, World War I, World War II, and this Ukraine-Russian war, if you add the date numerology up, every single one of them equals 68. So you know, there's a whole war connection to that thing.
Tommy, I've got a war thing for you that you'll love. So you know Hitler, obviously.
Yeah.
Hitler died, didn't he? 4/30, 1945. That means that Adolf Hitler died exactly 21 years before the Church of Satan was founded, and Adolf Hitler died a span of exactly 68 months after World War II began.
Damn, 2168 connection.
Yeah, and the 68, biblically, brother, is about the fourth horseman, which is death, which connects to war. Because Revelation 6:8, it says, "And I looked and behold a pale horse," that's the green horse, "and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the earth." And also the German Alois Ermeyer, he predicted there would be 3 world wars. And he was born on 6/8, which 68 is also when the construction for the World Trade Center began and when 911 became the US emergency dialing code. So this 68 definitely connects to war and to death, no doubt about it.
That's the year they coined the word corona. The Hong Kong flu happened. We allegedly orbited the moon. Jordan
graduated from university in 68 as well.
Sorry, Ani. Go ahead, brother.
No, it's fine. And thank y'all for the additions to that. But his name also equals 40. And this happens 173 days before the superior general of the Jesuit order's birthday. And 173 is the 40th prime number, which is pretty interesting. And the previous day that the CIA released that they knew about this guy last year doing something like this, he was arrested on July 10th. And that date can be written other places in the world as 10/7. Well, we all know the 107 is the number for shooting. In gematria, shooting equals 107, Saturday equals 107. And Also, this happens 317 days from the day he was arrested, which is the 66 prime number. His name is 660 in the Jewish cipher. Donald Trump equals 523, like the day that this happened in the same Jewish cipher. Now, there is a drill rapper named Nas as well that people say looks oddly close to this Nasir Best. And a lot of times they like to play archetypes with rappers with this thing, because rappers in history have been connected to the Jesus Christ motif in sacrificing them. I also noticed that he attended the high school in near Baltimore named Dundalk High School, and their logo or mascot is a owl. It's interesting that he was trying to infiltrate the White House, which we know is connected to the owl or the Moloch symbol of what the owl is, or Bohemian Grove. So there's a connection from his high school's mascot to the reason why he's at the White House.
That also gets into that whole Minerva archetype, because Minerva, right, was connected to the owl, the wisdom, right? Am I right?
Yeah, and we can get deep into it because in Twin Peaks, they have a lot of owl symbolism. And I believe, and I told Paranoid American, that the owls in Twin Peaks represent UFOs, definitely.
Oh,
it's a play on UFOs.
Interesting.
This is from an article. He ran track. He was an athlete. A fellow track team member who asked to remain anonymous said Best had never been an aggressive person, describing him as a very energetic, lighthearted person who believed he could achieve great things if he put his mind to it. This is how we know it's MK Ultra. And then in the next paragraph, he says, we both worked alongside each other, sitting and chatting every day. He came to me about everything, and everything was fine until he randomly started talking about being in control of people and reality, and how he could tap into a different frequency and could hear and peep things that we couldn't. So this is definitely something connected to my research in moon children. These people feeling this way. Then he ended it and said that before long, Nasir Best started believing he was actually God, which he said prompted him to quit his job at Amazon, which we know Amazon means a mason. Even the symbol of Amazon, the little pointy thing, is Satan's tail, or a symbolic to Satan's tail. If you look at that, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Also, he's from Maryland. Do you get it? He's calling himself Jesus Christ. Well, Mary is the mother of Jesus. He's from Maryland. I like they put this stuff together, like, and nobody sees this type of stuff. He's from Maryland, and he's calling himself Jesus Christ.
Maryland's tied to
I
the
started laughing.
code too, Ani. Maryland equals 128 in reverse ordinal, and
See?
that's one of the biggest codes. You know that, bro.
Brother, do you know Cristiano Ronaldo's parents are called Mary and Joseph?
Wow.
And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then you got Lionel Messi, like Lionel. You've got the Leo, the lion. El means Elohim, God, and Messi is a messenger, Messiah. There's something
That's
with
amazing.
the names, guys. I'm not sure the human people like Messi and Ronaldo. No joke. Too perfect.
The whole to me anyways is Rael. All that represents inner alchemy, the left and right brain of the your left and right hemispheres of your brain, and then the L is the pineal gland. That's the throne of God. That's where the throne of God is. To me, that's what it represents to me anyways. I'm not saying that I'm right.
Right. But also Maryland is right above Virginia, and when I think of the word Virginia, I think of virgin. So they even coded this country in a cult esotericism that nobody can really see, but if you study it, it'll be plain as day.
Yeah, Virgin Mary.
The Virgin Mary, and Maryland is on top of the Virginia. You know.
Wasn't there a Jesus Christ connection too, Ani, to George Floyd's birthday with that eclipse that happened? You did an amazing breakdown on that connected to Jesus as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of connections to these moon children, to the Christ archetype, because it's always about the fallen God. The fallen God is what these people actually worship, the Sabbatean Frankists. That's the inversionism.
Right, right.
But I noticed his name was Nasir. It reminds me of the rapper Nas. And Nas calls himself God's son. He's always called himself God's son. He's always been tied to Jay-Z, who calls himself Jehovah. So they're always playing off these biblical Hebraic, tie-ins, these tie-ins.
I don't know if you guys noticed.
Of the Georgia Guidestones was?
Say it again, Adam.
Anybody know how tall the Georgia Guidestones were?
555 or no, that was, huh?
In feet. They were 19 feet 3 inches. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yep. You're right.
And guess how many member states are in the United Nations? 193.
Wow.
That's pretty wild. So I'm pretty sure the United Nations had something to do with the Georgia Guidestones.
They say R.C. Christian put it up, which is a play on the Rosicrucian, the Rosy Cross.
Or Roman Catholic, perhaps.
Yeah, but they never. I really try to dig into that and figure out who put it up. You get stuck at that R.C. Christian guy.
There's something with the fours, isn't there? You were talking about 4, Tommy, and we connected it to death. So the Georgia Guidestones were 19 feet 3 inches. 193 is the 44th prime. And there's exactly 3,119 days between the 1993 World Trade Center bombings and 9/11. And 3,119 is the 444th prime. And Jay-Z released his album Blueprint, didn't he? On the exact same day as 9/11. And a blueprint is a master plan. And he also had an album called 444.
And Jesus is 444. Bro.
Yeah, and also Jesus Christ is 146, and George Floyd died the 146th day of the year. And John 14:6, which is Trump's middle name, John, says, Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. That's probably his most famous thing that he ever said. That's John 14:6. And Jesus Christ equals 146, which is Trump's birthday, which is pretty crazy.
Well,
and Cody, really quick, I was just curious. I know Cody wanted to add something in here. Cody, what did you have, bro?
No, that's just about the Nazir Best. I don't know if anyone noticed this. I didn't even find it. Some subscriber told it to me, but Nazir Best is an anagram of risen beast. So I just wanted to throw that in there while we are talking about that guy too. Risen beast.
Right. And the other connection you made with Jay-Z, that Blueprint album was popular because of the Takeover song, which was a diss on Nas.
Yep, damn sure.
And that's what they were doing. They were taking over through the ritual of 9/11. And Nas fired back with Ether, but Nas is called God's son. Now, Nas released the album during the KODI's year called King's Disease. And we were facing a disease up under the man who proclaims himself as king, Trump. Trump was 74 years old that year. King's Disease was released 74 days before the election. So there's a 74 tie-in with that. And of course, his name is Nas. Now I'm gonna tie this back into something me and Donut did a couple of years ago. This is from the Hate Me Now video with Nas. You see the 201 clearly in the video. The Jesuits have everything to do with the rap industry or the music industry in general. These people have to be initiated through the Jesuit rituals. In that video, Nas was depicted as Christ. And this is one of the top videos of the 90s. It's called Hate Me Now.
Great video.
And it's just crazy because Nasir Best declared himself Jesus Christ. And these rappers are always depicting themselves as Christ. They're always sacrificed and resurrected in a different image. We notice one rapper comes into the game, he's probably into something else, probably positive, and then he gets converted into a lower frequency.
I think Tupac's the best example of that, right?
Right. He's the first Jesus Christ archetype that's clear as day in hip hop is Tupac.
So was Wu-Tang. Remember when Wu-Tang tried to lean into the more positive message and they shut them right the fuck down real quick.
Yeah, and they're connected to the bees like Freemasonry.
Yeah, that's the whole Merovingian bloodline. That bee symbolism ties into the Merovingians. The fleur-de-lis represents the bee, which 666 is tied to that fleur-de-lis symbolism. They say that's the bloodline that Antichrist moonchild's supposed to come out of. That who knows if that's real or archetypal? I don't know.
Didn't Tupac have a song called Black Jesus?
I don't know. Did he?
I'm pretty sure.
I think he had a song called Black Jesus. Yeah,
he might have. He definitely played.
Well, and Kanye has a whole album called Jesus is King, right?
And Jesus Walks. He's got a song called Jesus Walks. He walks.
Yeah.
And Kanye was the first rapper to actually rap about Jesus and make a crossover between rapping about Jesus, the secular type of rap, and cross it over mainstream. Kanye was the first one to do that as a big time rapper. Now, Donut, do you remember when we did our video on Johnny Mnemonic? Talked about in that movie with Keanu Reeves, the name of the virus in that movie was Nas.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was called nerve attenuation syndrome.
Get
and they called it. Yeah, and guess what it was? It was a electric virus caused by all of the radio towers and machinery.
So electromagnetic frequency sickness is really what the hell this virus is, right?
Right.
Wow.
Right. You guys.
What movie is this, Ani?
It's called Johnny Mnemonic. Came out in 1995 with Keanu Reeves, and he has literally a chip in his head like Neuralink.
Oh,
they call it a wet wire circuitry, and me Donut talked about it because at the end of the movie, Dolphin saves everyone at the end of the movie.
Oh, I know Donut loved that part.
Yeah.
Do you know the NAS that connects to the computer? Because it means network attached storage as well, which kind of makes me think of the Matrix and stuff. That's what NAS means, network attached storage.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's to do with computer data storage. So that's interesting. Because since 9/11, there was a big rise in the surveillance, wasn't there? So that might connect to it.
That's why they had the Patriot Act. That's why the Patriots started winning. That gets into the whole what's his face? What's that dude that killed himself in that Illuminati ritual, hung himself in the cell? Aaron Hernandez. Remember him?
Yeah.
All his rituals. Yeah, there was a whole crazy Patriot shit which ties into the whole surveillance system and this Patriot movement that was behind Trump, and people don't realize that's all tied to AI, surveillance, social credit score. You know what I'm saying? They don't even get it.
Yeah, he wore 81, and 81 equals ritual in gematria.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the movie Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves. A electric virus. You know, so is there an electric virus surrounding us with the ELF towers and Wi-Fi, 6G rollout? You know, all of that's connected. I also noticed
6.7 as well, isn't it? 6.7, 6G, 6.7.
Right. I also noticed from the White House shooting to Nas' next birthday is 106 days, and the word black equals 106, which is interesting. When I was growing up, one of the most popular TV shows to watch all of the hip hop videos, R&B videos, is called 106 in Park. So if you learned gematria, you would know that it's 106 because they're literally coding black into it.
That was my shit. 106 in Park.
Yeah, remember the rap battles with Blind Blind.
Yeah,
Blind
bro, that's
Theory?
when they were real rappers back then.
Yeah, it was real dope back then, but you know what happened with it. So I also noticed he went to school in Baltimore, Nasir Best, and the Baltimore coach John Harbaugh was fired on the 106th day of his age in the 106th NFL season. You know, so you got the January 6th connection, the 106 connection, and black, because Baltimore, the team, their main color is purple and black. So, and there's some other things astrological, but I'm gonna leave it at that and let you guys have it.
Can I say something about the 106? So in Gematria, I can't breathe is 106. If you look at a description of crucifixion, because the Roman Empire, they're the ones who used to execute people with crucifixion. It's a very gruesome way of dying. And when a person's crucified, they actually die by asphyxiation. So what happens, because just the way your body is situated, the physics of it, basically your hands are actually supporting most of the weight, and with your arms up in that position, it makes it very hard for you to breathe. So what a person has to do in order to breathe is pull themselves up. But if your hands are nailed, it's just excruciating pain, but you have no choice. You have to pull yourself up in order to be able to breathe, because in that position your neck is compressed, you can't breathe. But eventually you get so weak and tired from doing it that you can't pull yourself up. If you look at just look at the description of crucifixion, you end up dying of asphyxiation.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. He's right. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I actually did a decode on that, and I said, with that description, the very last thought in the head of Jesus Christ before he expired would have been, "I can't breathe." And this has a lot to do with why rappers are portraying Jesus. Now, this is another thing. So Jesus is a messenger, divine messenger. The Greco-Roman divine messenger. In fact, there are other older messengers. Zoroaster. Yeah, he's a divine messenger. Hermes of Greece is a divine messenger. He's also a shepherd god. He was actually called the Good Shepherd. This is way before Christianity. Hermes, the same archetype of Hermes, is Mercury. And Mercury is also a divine messenger. So there are two sides of Mercury. There's the trickster, the Antichrist, and then there's a divine messenger. So there are more than one side. But Mercury in astrology rules Gemini and Virgo. And look at all the rappers that you just mentioned. Now, I've done decodes on this. They pick specific rappers for their birthdays. It has to do with the tropical zodiac and the ruling planets. Mercury is the divine messenger. Nas is a Virgo. That's ruled by Mercury. You mentioned Kanye West is a Gemini. You mentioned Tupac, a Gemini. Kendrick Lamar.
Well, the thing with Mercury, if you read Vedic astrology, Mercury is called Buddha, and Mercury was birthed because the moon Chandra took Jupiter's wife and had a bastard child. So Virgo actually rules the streets. I'm talking about the hood when I say the streets. It is the sign of the streets because Mercury represents a survival intelligence. You have to be quick, witty with your mind to get around the streets. So whether you have to do trickster type antics, you know, if you look at any street type movie or any if you just lived it, you have to be quick with your tongue to survive with the street. So Mercury is very essential to the street. So that I think that's why you have it paired up with rappers and that type of lifestyle.
Yeah, and it was the god of transportation, guys. So it ties full circle to the car. You know, Mercury was the god of transportation. So you got that whole car connection too there.
But the key connection here is I can't breathe is 106. And when you're crucified, you die by asphyxiation. That's one of the Make that
so is Black Lives Matter. That's 106 as well.
Right.
Yeah, and that has to do with crucifixion. It is tied in, yeah.
Right. Well, the Freemasonic floor is black and white, and it represents electromagnetism, but it also represents them setting up a hyperstitional strip between races. So it's drawing up a strip that they're giving to the world that we are to play, you know, through the symbolism. So that's why there's so many black rituals or white rituals or racial themes centered around America. It connects back to the symbolism of what they're doing, but you know, the deeper side of it is actually electromagnetism. It's speaking about energy moving up and down the spinal cord, and the chrism oil that rises in our body through the zodiac seasons. We produce this spiritual substance in the body called the chrism oil. So it's really, the Christ myth is actually speaking about the rising of that spiritual substance in our body, rising to the pineal gland between every moon cycle.
Yeah, it's inner alchemy.
Story.
You're right, Ani, 100%. It's when the Christos releases from the colostrum of the brain. When I'm a Capricorn, so when Capricorn is in the moon phase of the month, you're supposed to fast for them 4 days, because that oil secretes. It goes down to the base of the spine, the sacrum, and then is resurrected back up to 33 vertebrae. It lies dormant in the solar plex region. That's Jesus hanging on the cross, and then travels back to the pineal, the throne of God, the temple of God in between your temples, and boom, that's being born again or anointed. If you fasted, you didn't have sex, you refrained from sexual intercourse, you have to refrain from certain lower vibrational frequencies. At least that's the thought process behind it, right?
Yeah, it's the purification, the doyadashi, different tithis of the moon, phases of the moon is also the Christ story, because in the West, Christ was the moon. In the East, Christ was the sun.
Yep.
So
hey, really quick, Ani, I don't want to take you off track. I got to ask Daniel. I know Daniel's still in here, and thank you guys all once again for being a part of this amazing collab. But Daniel, with everything that Tommy just said, and from the astrological perspective, and Rambo touched a lot on the astrology, the Aries, connections, and just the signs. I would love your 2 cents on what Tommy just mentioned and what Ani's been talking about.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are absolutely nailing it. You guys are nailing it. The chat is nailing it. My mind is completely blown. It's just like, it's so amazing. And yeah, even with like what Tommy was just talking about with like the Christos oil, that was amazing advice and insight that should be shared. Yeah, anytime as the moon is going through and your sun sign, where the sun was born when you took your first breath, it does activate that process. And, the attunement with the natural cycles is, if they're building rituals off of these cycles, everything's a neutral in this reality. So they can utilize it to inhibit your spiritual growth. But at the same time, you can activate your spiritual growth by being one with time. Yep. One of the things you notice is like in like older books like the Bible, they don't use the word astrology because they just called it time back then, because it's the moving of the electromagnetic force within this reality. And that attunement is so important, especially making this like personal connection. And so if they're building rituals in a synthetic way, you interact with these numbers, with like the date numerology, with the astrology in the organic way, and that's kind of that free will kind of connection to kind of make it happen. And, there's been so much amazing stuff that's been brought up. And, even like the component of astrotheology, which is the study of the evolution of consciousness through time, a lot of these things like you guys, where everybody's speaking about, is because of this like movement into the age of Aquarius, which is all about like technology and networks. And that's why even our concept of this reality has turned to like, oh, everybody's like, oh, it's like a program that we're living in. Well, that always is entail with like where the consciousness is. just like in ancient times, they used to see like, you know, the East would see this as like a play. Like in Shakespearean times, he's like, oh, the world is just a play. They're kind of bringing up that whole kind of component. In the early 1900s, this universe was like a big machine kind of thing. So it's interesting how our relationship to reality and where we're making those connections also helps us kind of understand like the spiritual construct in which we're operating in. So I thought that was like fantastic. And, you know, even the component of Tommy, who brought up the aspect about like the aliens, and I couldn't agree more. I think the whole movement of extraterrestrial, and shout out to the chat because they announced it right away with like the H.G. Wells making that connection, because there's a lot of components of, you know, extraterrestrial just being a replacement of what we would have called interdimensional in the past.
Right.
You know, and I think that that's so important. And two, you know, all this amazing stuff too brought up about these like rappers in this world using God. And, you know, one thing I find really interesting, and this is like kind of like a loaded topic, but it's really fascinating how in the Bible, in like the New Testament, especially in like the Nag Hammadi, like the Book of Thomas, Jesus doesn't use the word God very much when he's referring to energy.
He doesn't. He
uses
actually
the word Father.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a really interesting kind of thing, how they've like utilized this. And I almost think that's a really good way to identify this mocking, the synthetic kind of component of it. And again, you know, everything can be like inverted in a way that could be kind of used to inhibit that kind of growth. But everything that was shared, Ani, that was amazing. And then also, you know, Tommy, your stuff was awesome. And big shout out. I didn't know that Tommy had a gematria calculator on his website, which is absolutely fantastic too. So everybody definitely make sure you check out Truthful TV too, because you definitely you got a lurker now for the end of time, Tommy, because that's brilliant.
Oh, thanks, brother. And I didn't know you had all that knowledge there. And just to let everybody know, I believe Jesus, Yahshua HaMashiach, was a real person. I just subscribe to the Gnostic belief system. So in my opinion, he never came and said he was God, but he did. He told us, you will be able to do what I do and much more. Right. So he was telling us it's all inner alchemy, that we are able to heal. We're able to use that chi, that prana inside of us to heal each other. I mean, this is all in scripture, anything I'm saying. And he was really like the first truth seeker, like how me, AJ, Donut, Ani, all of us are bringing truth to the masses. He was like that. That's what he represented for me anyways. And, you know, I mean, I'm a big fan of his. I just don't want no misconceptions, people thinking just because I understand the inner alchemy of it too. But that's all. This was
Daniel, thank you. No, seriously, this is such a freaking blast. We got more coming. But hey, Ani, I don't want to slam on your brakes, bro. Like I know that you might have maybe had another couple slides. You know, I want to make sure that you're able to finish your presentation, but I know it's also getting late for you and you got to get up early. So
yes, it's getting pretty late. People, you guys can go to my YouTube. I just did a 5-hour video called Future Aeons. There's a lot on there. So you guys, if y'all want to hear a lot more of my presentations, just go over to YouTube and check out Ani OSARU. And I'll go into a little bit more of that Nasir Best stuff on my Patreon, patreon.com/th_spiritual shade room. And it should pop up as the True Occult newspaper. That's how you know you're in the right place. But I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone on the panel. I'm watching all of you guys' content all the time. You guys are spectacular, and we have to do this again sometime soon.
Love you, Ani.
I love you too, brother. Y'all have a good one.
Great work, Ani. Appreciate you always.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, Ani.
Peace.
yes, thank you so much, Ani. We love you, man. Once again, shout out to everybody who was able to commit to jumping on with such an incredible panel. We're gonna keep it moving. I'm passing the ball to Myron, aka He Got Game, but very, very quickly before we do that, I want to go back around the table and see if there was anything else that you guys wanted to add on to what was discussed with what Ani shared and what Tommy's talking about, what Daniel talked about. Is there anything else we want to get out there before we pivot a little bit? We good?
Now let Myron do his thing.
All right. It's time for Myron, aka He Got Game. Myron, quick, just another reminder for everybody where they can find you, man, because you're doing such incredible work on your Instagram.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Let's
Thank
go,
you,
man.
Anthony.
Let's cook. Let's cook, dude. Let's go.
Let's get it, man. Just a quick reminder, all of my stuff is on my Instagram only. He Got Game H3 GOTTGAM3 with the underscore. That's where you can find all of my content.
Fantastic. So what do we have in store tonight?
Yeah, so I'm gonna cover over two things. This one is pretty short. It's the Kyle Busch narrative and what our previous speakers have already covered with the alien themes. I'm just gonna go over a brief presentation of what I put together after the announced passing of Kyle Busch and that alien commercial that he and his brother was a part of. And then after that, I'm gonna go back to what's pretty much been like a year in the making from Hulk Hogan's passing last July, and my connections to the WWE themes and Owen Hart and how that corresponded over this past weekend on May 23rd, which was the death anniversary, the 27-year anniversary death of Owen Hart when Hogan equals 27.
So we good with this opening slide here? We've been talking a lot about aliens, and
Yes.
for those that don't know, that don't play ball, that don't know ball, Wemby is the alien. It's
Yes,
funny
yes.
because for me, the obvious one, right, Myron, is, you know, San Antonio founded on the 5-1, like Donut talked about, the same birthday as the Illuminati, but it's also the same birthday as Gianna Bryant, for what it's worth, as we're talking about Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
KB dead at 41, you know what I mean? But Area 51, I mean, the 51s with San Antonio are crazy. And you and I were talking offline about Men in Black. They've literally had the San Antonio Spurs coming out calling themselves the Men in Black. I don't know how much more obvious they can get. So yeah, go ahead, Myron. My bad.
Yeah, thank you, man. And then even I'm gonna touch on you with the M&M's theme with ET also when the slide comes up. But just the opening segue, this is what I posted a few days ago. I immediately tied in the themes to Kyle Busch's passing with him and his brother having the alien and Kurt Busch saying he's already been abducted in his commercial. And then an old commercial, which was him always representing the M&M's brand. So if you look at the second picture to the left, the M&M's brand is owned by Mars Incorporated. So Mars Incorporated was established in 1911. They're just they produce candy bars. They've produced M&Ms. I know their first successful candy bar was the Milky Way, which is another like outer space theme. But just to go on, you can stay on the first one for now. I connected. If you zoom back into the M&M, you see the ET logo. So you can see this ET logo. They went behind the scenes on that commercial with the M&Ms on a show called Entertainment Tonight with the ET logo. And what is ET? ET is the extraterrestrial. And in entertainment, like the TV magazines, there's Entertainment Tonight, and then their other Hollywood show that would come on was, of course, called Extra. So the Extra and the ET connections is what I tied together with Bush, Wemby, and the star that plays alongside with ET, Henry Thomas. Him being from San Antonio, his birthplace is in San Antonio. Kyle Busch drove the car number 54, and he is currently 54 years of age right now. So we can go into the next slide. Here we a little bit of gematria for Mars Incorporated. In that M&M's commercial, you can see that they're driving. The M&Ms say tie up Kyle Busch. They hijack the car, so they're racing on the racetrack. And then they crash out on the car. So the car flips and turns. It doesn't flip. It turns backwards. So they're driving in reverse. And the 18 in reverse shows the 81. And of course, the M&M's brand belongs to Mars Incorporated. And then the 99 stood out to me because the star that plays in E.T. as Elliot, his birthday is 9/9. Kyle Busch, of course, he drove one of the car numbers, was 54. And the star that plays E.T., he's 54 years of age right now, currently.
Brother, can I jump in? This is incredible, just for 30 seconds. So all those in numerology come to 9, don't they? They reduce to 9.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and also with the Kobe stuff, we've all made the connections with Kobe and Kyle Busch, the KB and all of that. And correct. Connections. But Kobe Bean Bryant equals 54 in gematria. So does Gianna Bryant. And they both died a span of 5 months and 4 days after Kobe's 41st birthday.
Yep. So, and Kobe died the day after LeBron passed him in point scoring the 54th point against the 76ers as well.
Yeah, in Philadelphia, where Kobe were born and where the Declaration of Independence was
on the date written 25/1, the 54th prime, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And the Queen died, didn't she? Was it 251st day of the year, 54th prime? But yeah, it's just I saw the 81. And I thought Kobe Bean Bryant equals 81, highest scoring game, 81 points, and the 99 is 9 times 9 is 81. And was California founded 9/9?
9/4. Well, yeah, no, California, yes, 9/9. Los Angeles is 9/4. Yeah.
Okay.
So unbelievable, mate. And 9 passengers died, didn't they, in the helicopter crash with Kobe? All these 9s, the last single-digit number.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what was that? Hey, what was that 1911 connection you said, brother, in the beginning?
Mars Incorporated. They started in the year 1911.
Oh, wow. Change your perspective equals 1911 in Latin gematria, which is where we get the word gematria from. So, it's interesting. That commercial is really to do that, ain't it? To change our perspective with the whole alien motif. Go ahead, brother.
Yep. No, great additions. Great additions. I got all night. So whatever you have to add, I'm all ears.
Yeah, very quick. Revelation 19:11 says, "And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war." That verse 19:11 is about Jesus Christ righteously judging. Yep.
And in that commercial with him and his brother, you can see Kurt Busch look up like into the heavens, and then the light shines down on him when he's ready to be abducted.
And also, God revealed himself to Moses through the burning bush.
There you go.
Which was the acacia bush, guys, and research acacia. That's what the Ark of the Covenant was created from, acacia wood. And acacia is rich in DMT, which is the spirit molecule. So that's maybe why Moses interfaced with God. When you die, your body releases mass amounts of DMT. When you're born, same thing. This is what allows us, I believe anyways, to cross over. And commune with the divine. Ayahuasca, all these things are rich in DMT. So go ahead, brother.
Thank you. I'm a note that. I'm definitely going to look that up after today's stream. Thank you for that.
Yeah. All I was going to say is that when we're talking about mirror images, right? Rambo was talking about twins and George Floyd. Let's not forget, Kobe's death happened right before the pandemic was declared. And then on Memorial Day, 6 years ago tonight, or today, whatever, was when George Floyd in the Twin Cities passed. And then Rambo, shout out to you. You were pointing out that December 21st memorial and how it was mistakenly a different George Floyd, but just notice that 12 and 21, they're reflections of each other. Well, if you look at 54, well, the reflection of 54 is 45, kind of like how Don Vin Mitchell wears number 45 for Cleveland, and Donald Trump obviously is the second split-term president behind Grover Cleveland. and now Cleveland just got swept. What? 4-0? Were we not just talking about the number 4 earlier today?
Yeah.
Cleveland won the 2016 NBA Finals the year Trump won the election.
Oh yeah.
You know that number. That number 40 is tied to the house of David too. If you look into the number 40, and Jesus was in the desert for 40 days. Remember him being tempted. There's so much connections to the number 40 and that whole biblical archetype too with this. So when you get into that 40 number, it's huge, bro.
Yeah, the Israelites were in the desert for 40 years, weren't they? On the way to the promised land.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I was saying King. No, sorry, go ahead, finish.
No.
Okay. Now I'm gonna say King Solomon reigned for 40 years, as did his father David, also reigned for 40 years. So this ties into that symbolism, the seal of Solomon and Solomon's.
Well, wasn't Ronald Reagan the 40th president as well?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, look up House of David. I think it's in Chaldean, Rambo. It's 40. And the only reason I started decoding it, I was decoding the Pope, and I seen this whole David connection. I'm like, what the hell? So then I look on Amazon Prime, and there's this whole new series called The House of David. It's like one of the #1 series on Amazon Prime where he fights Goliath. The Nephilim giants are in it. But I look at Solomon a lot like you. To me, it's really talking about inner alchemy. You know what I mean? That whole Solomon thing. But
yeah, also had
sorry, go ahead.
Also had Super Bowl 59 with Kendrick Lamar did his halftime performance. One of his performers did a protest for the genocide in Sudan and Palestine, and he was tackled on the 40-yard line. and that whole halftime show was about Drake and his absence. He made all about Drake. And Drake's producer is named 40. That's his name, 40. That's Drake's producer. Jalen Hurts, who won that Super Bowl, the quarterback for the Eagles, he debuted the Air Jordan 1s football cleats. And he wore in Chicago Bulls colors. He didn't even wear them in Eagles colors. So Air Jordan was celebrating 40 years of greatness at that time. So 40 was all over that Super Bowl. Let's also look at the venue. The venue was the New Orleans Superdome. What's that known for? The Katrina flooding. 40 days, 40 nights. But the big one was that tackle at the 40-yard line. It's all about 40. Drake's
in Rambo, it's kind of like, if you look at 5-4-4-5, you've been doing some work on the 5D connection. Think about just the word 40. We know about my wordplay, how much I love it. 4D, 40, 40, 4D.
Yeah, in an American accent.
Yeah, in my accent. Yeah.
No, it's American. I say 40, but it's 40.
What's the recent Super Bowl? Was that the 40th day of the year as well?
Yeah. Yeah, it was on the 40th day. Yeah.
Jeez,
absolutely.
Louise.
Yeah, 40 was all over that Super Bowl.
Anyways, Myron, ball back to you, brother.
Yes, sir. You can go to the next slide. Here we have Mars Incorporated, and that was just me reiterating that the car, this is the commercial where the car, they spin out and then they're driving in reverse. So it reflects the number 81 from 18. Of course, on the right, you see E.T. And the character Kyle Busch's middle name is Thomas. The person that plays Elliot in E.T., his last name is Thomas. But even the character Elliot, if you watched the Coca-Cola 600 race over the weekend, what is the car that crashed, hit the wall, and spun out and drove in reverse? It was Chase Elliott. It was Chase Elliott's car that crashed and kind of started driving backwards, and he did not qualify to finish the race.
Brother, do you know Thomas? Thomas in the Bible said, "My Lord, my God," to Jesus. Okay, when he fully surrendered to him, and Thomas means twin.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're back to the twin again.
Could I just say something about the name Chase Elliott? The famous scene, very iconic scene from the movie E.T., is when Elliot is with his friends on the bike. They're all on their bikes with with ET. They're trying to save ET, and the police and the authorities are trying to stop them. They're literally being chased. They're literally chasing Elliot in the movie ET, in the most iconic scene.
Oh my God, you guys got to forgive me. Sometimes I get the giggles after a while because these connections are just absolutely mind blowing. Yeah, Myron, anything else on this slide before we keep
No,
moving?
you can go to the next one, sir.
All right, let's go.
And then this just knowing that Kyle Busch, he drove the Mars family is one of the richest families that really does not get discussed in America, but they're a billionaire franchise, a billionaire family. And the fact that we're touching on the alien themes in ET, you can see Bush tied up to the left, which I feel like is some sort of symbolism in him, just like the death of him being so unexpected. Of course, I play basketball, but I'm into sports. I don't know NASCAR like the back of my hand. I'm no NASCAR expert, but I know like the popular names in NASCAR: Dale Earnhardt, Gordon, Kyle Busch. Like I know them. So I know this was big news in the world of NASCAR. And then when you just look at M&M's, he drove the 18 car. M&M's equal 18. You see the 4 or 5 there also that you guys just touched on, with the mirror of 54 and the car, the 18 car that spun out and went in reverse, which pretty much was a mirror of 18 to 81. And then what AJ pointed out to me, in the movie E.T., they were supposed to actually use M&Ms to lure E.T. in, but I guess they did not approve it and they ended up using Reese's. But the first pitch or the first idea was to use the candy M&Ms in the movie E.T.
And I gotta say this, Myron. First of all, this is like one of the creepiest screenshots I've ever seen. Like it's from the commercial, just him. It just duct tape mouth, tied up, all that stuff. I mean, how eerie is that?
Right.
But yeah. I mean, just the whole M&M's connection, because I was thinking about, wait, was it M&M's or was it Reese's Pieces? And sure enough, it was supposed to be M&M's.
Yep.
Makes me think about keep an eye out for Eminem, the rapper. We were talking about rappers earlier, right? Like, what's going to happen later with Eminem, the rapper? Who knows? I mean, you don't have. Oh, here was the other thing. You mentioned Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And we
Back
got
to the
plenty of heart
themes,
stuff
the
coming
love-
up. Yes, sir.
The love themes. Yep. But think about the love theme, right? Valentine's Day, Arizona, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But on Valentine's Day, what is the most common candy that you give out of love? Chocolate. So there's that kind of chocolate love theme right here with everything that you're talking about. So,
AJ, you do incredible work with love and hearts, like legit the best I've ever seen. It pops up all the time. You're so connected to it, yeah. So
yes.
Have you heard of Richard Stack? Have you heard of Richard Stack?
No.
American fashion designer. Well, his birthday today, right? Guess how old he is? 66 years, 6 days. And he founded a company called Chrome Hearts. Jeez. And we're doing this stream today, 66 years, 6 days after he was born.
Oh, God.
So it's just things like that. Like people who tell you like the Jesuits control everything. There's too many things that happen in our own lives, in our general daily living, that shows just this world as we know it is coded. It's not through a group of people. Do you all agree with that or no?
100%.
100%.
There's an organic source code, and if you've been decoding for long enough and you can't see that, you're either controlled opposition or your IQ's too low. Because you can start decoding your own life and see that the numbers, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't make this shit line up,"
Yeah, I've got an example. So, for example, my birthday is 14/4. I've got the same birthday as my father. My name's Adam, and God created Adam, man, on the 6th day. 6 days is 144 hours. And I live in Mexico. Donut knows this because I met him. The first 3 digits of my phone are 624. 6 times 24 is 144. There's 1,440 minutes in a day. It's like, there's no, I grew up at 12 Belmont Crescent. 12 times 12 is 144. The 144,000 sealed angels. I called it, Arsenal just won the Premier League, the 14th league title, the 4th Premier League title. There's no way that a group of Jesuits planned my life from the beginning.
No, but you know what it is see, certain people, they know how to bend and manipulate reality. So just like once you understand how this shit all works, that's what they're doing. I mean, it's an actual form of magic that's being done here. But yes, there is 1,000,000% an organic source code that's being manipulated. I think everybody would agree on that decodes.
I think, brother, what you said was perfect. Like, for me, God created the heavens and the earth, and everything since the fall of man has been infiltrated, including the numbers.
And inverted, yes.
Exactly. And that's what Satan does. He infiltrates everything that's pure. He inverts. That's why all this trans stuff's being pushed. It's the devil.
And this is a perfect segue into the next part of Myron's presentation, because once again, thank you, Adam, for the shout out. Yeah, I mean, the very first video I ever made on YouTube was called Love is in the Air. And I'll just leave it at that. And then, you know, I force my dog Cooper to only eat duck hearts? He's the pickiest eater in the world. He only eats duck hearts.
You're the heart man.
I'm not kidding, dude. And then you have Cooper DeJean hitting that pick six at halftime of the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, you know what? If anybody is saying that I manipulated that, is giving me way too much credit.
That code is in my top 3 codes I've ever seen anyone ever do. So thank you for that. I showed a lot of people your code for that, and they're like, "What? That was unbelievable, bro. That code." Honestly,
I appreciate it. Everybody was all over the running back. What's his name again? Deshaun? I don't know. I already forget his name. But it was his birthday, and I was like,
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, and it was DeJean, and my wife's middle name is Jean. I mean, you can't make this up, you guys.
Dude, I decoded Donut before just for fun, right? Because he's one of my best friends. So when we first started doing this together, I just started seeing synchronicities with shit he was talking about. And that's what really woke me up when me, Logan, and Donut all did a show. My boy Logan from Decode Your Reality. We all did a show together, and he broke down our Destiny cards, how they were sister cards, and we were meant to be best friends. So I started looking into it, and that's when I really, around the time I started doing them personal decodes on truthfultv.com, and found out, oh shit, we all got a first player character archetype connected to us, or an NPC. Certain people were destined to do what they're doing. And you know, when I looked into Donut's code, everything he does, it's all in his source code. So it just blew my mind. And then I started looking into mine, and that's what made me realize, oh shit, there is an actual organic source code to this. So if you look into Gnosticism and look at them as some type of AI, reptilian, fallen angelic, whatever they are, I believe, put some artificial AI overlay on the organic source code. At least that's my perspective. And that's what's being manipulated through magic and stuff like that, how they're bending reality. You get enough people to believe in something. What is that? It's a massive manifestation spell. I mean, look at the Super Bowl. What is that? It's high ritual magic. You're getting all these people, millions of people, to focus their energy, their thought, their life force on one thing. I mean, that's
what did Ani talk about earlier? The superb owl, right? The Super Bowl.
Yeah, the superb owl bowl. Yep.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. Hey, sorry, Myron.
Yeah, sorry, Myron.
No, it's all good. Just chocolate love. We're now going to start talking about the heart symbolism, and this all ties right back in. And Cody, please chime in with this, because I love seeing you, Cody, and Myron just go back and forth about all of the wrestling stuff. It's amazing. So anything else you want to add in here, bro, please do. Here we go, Myron. Back to you, bro.
Yes, sir. All right. So this was titled thanks to AJ sending me the Ohio slogan, the heart of it all. I've been talking maybe like the last 10 months of how Owen Hart and Hulk Hogan have everything to do with each other. And the death of Owen Hart being a huge death in the wrestling world. In the late 90s, he passed in 1999, and his nickname being the Rocket. So his nickname was the Rocket, Owen Hart. That was one of his nicknames while he wrestled when he first came into the WWF, which is now the WWE. His death day, the day he died, May 23rd, which can be written 5/23. If you look down at the Cleveland Cavaliers and their Rocket Arena is where they play at, and they finished the season 52-30, but you can still see the 5, the 2, and the 3 in their final record. I'm just tying this down because Owen Hart, his nickname was the Rocket. And last year when Hulk Hogan passed, they had a memorial for Hulk Hogan at Rocket Arena. So we can go to the next slide.
Brother, you know Owen Hart died 5/23/99.
Yes.
523 is the 99th prime number.
Wow.
There you go. I was just gonna say heart equals 52. So how perfect.
There you go.
It's an anagram of Earth. And he's Owen Hart, kind of like
Ohio. Yes, sir.
52 is the number tied to weather. Enlil, the god of air, Enlil, the god of the weather. So with the Earth connection, the whole weather, that's all tied to the 52 number.
Yeah. And KODI, with your background with Ohio, that's where you're from. Last I checked. KODI, you still out there, brother? I know it's getting super, the sun's probably rising where you're at now at this point.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm still here, and I'm trying to I'm listening, and I'm mind blown by it all, but I'm a bit tired, so I'm listening, and so the Ohio stuff, you guys know I'm connected to that, and it's just I don't have anything to say right now about it, but I will chime in as we go, as Myron keeps going here. I think I did want to mention there was 523 in the chat when Myron started talking about the number 523. So that just another organic synchronicity.
Oh my God. All right. We're going to keep it moving. Thanks.
KODI. All right. So this portion, of course, the passing of Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan passed of cardiac arrest, which resonates with the heart. Hulk Hogan, when he passed on the anniversary of Bronny James Jr. of his cardiac arrest. So he passed on the 2-year anniversary of LeBron James' son going into cardiac arrest. That ended up being the fate of Hulk Hogan. So when Hulk Hogan passed of cardiac arrest, he indeed had a memorial. So wrestling, they paid tribute to him at Rocket Arena. If you look at the history of LeBron's son, Bronny James, his very first NBA debut after he got drafted in the Summer League was against the Rockets. Bronny James Jr.'s first points ever in the NBA was at Rocket Arena. And his very first playoff series this year, his first playoff points came again against the Rockets in the NBA this season.
Time out, Myron. Out, Myron, really quick. So Mr. S says Jimmy Hart right next to him right there. Oh, yeah. Okay. On the wrestling side. I thought maybe the basketball.
No. Jimmy Hart is Hulk Hogan's manager. And that is, I'm going to get into that later in the slides, but Jimmy Hart, his real name is James Hart. So Jimmy Hart's name is James Ray Hart. LeBron James Jr. is LeBron Raymond James Jr. Owen Hart's name is Owen James Hart. And again, when Hulk Hogan formed the NWO, the New World Order, his theme song was by Jimi Hendrix, and Jimi Hendrix is named James Hendrix as well. And of course, you have LeBron James, who is home to Cleveland and Rocket Arena. So we can go to the next slide.
Didn't what's his name? Didn't Kevin Love win his only NBA Finals with LeBron?
Oh my God!
Yes, he did.
Adam. Oh my God, dude! I totally forgot about Kevin Love.
Yep.
Wow. Oh man. Oh man. And I know Rambo's done a lot of stuff on, you know, going back to the 9/11 stuff. You know, Hulk Hogan and the Twin Towers, and he says, what does he say during that interview? It's all about the love, brother.
Yeah.
It's all about the love, brother.
Yes, sir.
Something, brother.
It's all about the love, brother. And you know, when I started this journey on YouTube, you know, next thing you know, you have the city of brotherly love, home of AI, Allen Iverson, the answer, and I think where Myron and I fell in love with each other.
Yeah.
It's our love for Allen Iverson, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll keep it going.
Okay. So here is the picture. This is how I've always tied Owen Hart into Hulk Hogan. So Owen Hart up top, his gimmick when he died and fell from the rafters was Blue Blazer. Hulk Hogan's gimmick below is the Patriot. And Owen Hart died in similar fashion, kind of mimicking the same character, the masked character that Hulk Hogan would play as one of his characters. Because I know a lot of people, they remember him either at the Hulkamania with the red and yellow or in the black and white with NWO. But this is a character that often gets overlooked that Hulk Hogan played. And he had the same character that Owen Hart was playing when Owen Hart passed away. They had the same slogans of eating your vitamins, taking your eating your vegetables, taking your vitamins. And I just thought that it was very eerie once I started finding the connections from Hulk Hogan to Owen Hart. So we can go to the next slide. Again, a reminder, Rocket Arena is where the Cleveland Cavaliers play. And that is where Hulk Hogan got his ceremony from after he died. So they had it at Rocket Arena. Fast forward almost 10 months later, and there's a wrestler being used by the name of Danhausen who put a curse on the Cleveland Cavaliers. He was cursed. And now, as you can see, as of today, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they got swept at Rocket Arena. So they got eliminated from the playoffs at Rocket Arena. But how does Danhausen come into this and the curse? If you can go to the next slide. The old character, as you can see below, by the name of Papa Shango. This is the last character that was used in wrestling that was pretty much famous for putting a curse on wrestlers. So he actually made his debut against Hulk Hogan. So Papa Shango was known for doing voodoo and putting curses on wrestlers. And his very first intro into wrestling, he attacked Hulk Hogan. And his very first championship that he won, he faced Owen Hart. He faced the Rocket Owen Hart, and the Rocket Owen Hart won his only world championship against Papa Shango. And again, this is a wrestler that does voodoo. He was sent to study voodoo in New Orleans so he can perfect his gimmick. And again, when Hulk Hogan changed his gimmick from the yellow and red to the black and white, when he became a New World Order member, his theme song was called Voodoo Child. So Hulk Hogan came out as he was Hollywood Hulk Hogan. He came out as Voodoo Child. So above Papa Shango, there is the same person, but a different gimmick. He goes by the Godfather. So the Godfather is who Owen Hart was supposed to wrestle the night he fell to his death. So the wrestler that he beat for the championship, who was known for putting spells and cursing wrestlers, is the same person that he was supposed to fight as the Godfather the night that he fell to his death at the event. And you can see the Godfather on the top left. He's in New York Knicks. So if you are familiar with the New York Knicks, like Christmas jerseys, you can see that the New York Knicks, these are the New York Knicks colors above. And what happened? The New York Knicks just won at Rocket Arena against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Cleveland Cavaliers got put on a curse by Danhausen in the WWE.
Mate, who's Cleveland's best player, would you say?
It's Mitchell, but James could go. Definitely James Harden should be the best player, but they give Donovan Mitchell definitely played better.
They give it to Donovan, don't they? And Danhausen's name is Donovan. Andrew
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Yep.
Crazy.
This
Wow,
is
that was
creepy
so
AF.
good. What a presentation that was, mate.
Yeah.
I used to love wrestling. That was unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, we're just warming up, fellas. We can go to.
We're not even done yet, but
Yeah,
hey,
we
Cody,
can go to the
I
next
heard
slide.
you. Hold on, really quick, Cody.
Oh, yeah, yep.
I heard you, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, I'm glad that Myron is talking about this because it's really ridiculous how in your face this is. Because as soon as Danhausen came to the WWE, I did a decode on that. And I was like, this guy's going to be, he looks like interestingly enough, he's very connected to me. It's really weird, actually. He's born the same year as me. But anyway, it's he came in and he just started. At first, people didn't think they were going to like the guy, and then he started. He's all the rage now, and he's cursing people. And as soon as he started doing the curses, and I knew that WWE had just signed a deal with ESPN.
Yeah.
And then they brought him on to ESPN, and he cursed Stephen A. Smith, and then the Knicks started losing, right? And then I was like, okay, well. So far, I think Danhausen has never missed a curse so far. That's on all the wrestlers he's cursed, all the teams he's cursed he's 100%. And I know that the night he cursed the Cavs in right before game 1, he was talking on ESPN. He's like, I cursed the Cavs, right? And then they were down, or the Cavs were up, what, like 22 points?
Yep, 22 points.
And then they lost, right? Imagine if they're almost giving you you could have bet as soon as that happened, you could have bet the whole series going 0 for 4 because he cursed them.
That's what I did. That's what I told people. As long as he's cursed them, keep betting on the Knicks until.
Okay, I'm about to make it more creepier for you, Cody. So the night he curses the Cavaliers, right? The Cleveland Cavaliers go up by 22 points, and they lose their lead to the Knicks. The hero who started hitting the big shots for the New York Knicks was Landry Shamet. Landry Shamet is from Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City is the event where Owen Hart fell to his death.
Wow.
Oh my God, dude.
Man.
Oh my God, Myron.
And you know what, Myron? You know how Bray Wyatt is connected with, they have the same, or Bray Wyatt's birthday is, Owen Hart's death day.
Yep.
And think about how Bray Wyatt's character, I mean, he obviously died too, Bray Wyatt, but think about how his character was originally about voodoo.
Yep.
Didn't Bray Wyatt on Vince McMahon's birthday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kobe Bryant Day.
Yep.
And when you think independence as well.
And again, I'm gonna try to. I hope everybody's still staying with me, but like I said, this has been a connection that I've been covering for about 10 months. So there's so many layers to this. Even yesterday, Danhausen, he came from AEW before he got to WWE. Yesterday, AEW had their event, and they launched the Owen Hart tournament yesterday, and they were in New York City. And like I said, that's the team that just beat Cleveland to make it to the NBA Finals. So Paul's right here on the screen.
Brother, didn't he die at the pay-per-view Over the Edge?
He died at Over the Edge. So
Edge is in the W, isn't he?
Yep. So when he Edge is a current, he goes by Adam Copeland now, but Edge, he died at Over the Edge, And then since he died, they had to change the name of the event to Judgment Day. And the wrestler Edge is the person who started the Judgment Day in the WWE as well.
Didn't Edge interview Bret the Hitman Hart as well, the brother of Owen?
Yeah, and Bret Hart, and I don't know if it's real life because it's all script, so I don't know if it's real or fake, but Bret Hart is on the record known for hating Hulk Hogan. And it's supposed to be like a real life hate. But to also, so Owen Hart's death date, so a little more on Owen Hart. Owen Hart, this is the perfect photo. Look at the left photo when Owen Hart won King of the Ring. Owen Hart won King of the Ring on the original King James birthday in 1994. The 1994 NBA Finals was the New York Knicks. Owen Hart died May 23rd, 1999. That's the very last day that the Lakers played at the Great Western Forum in Inglewood in 1999. That championship that year, because they lost to the Spurs ended up going to the NBA Finals again against the New York Knicks. And you had the Twin Towers on the Spurs go against the New York Knicks in 1999. But the Great Western Forum has the exact same birthday as LeBron King James. So in 94, Owen Hart won the King of the Ring on the original King James of the Bible, or who's the Bible's named, one of the versions of the Bible, on his birthday. And then in 1999, he died on the very day the Lakers played their last game at the Great Western Forum. And that's the Great Western Forum opened 17 years on the date of LeBron's birthday. So LeBron was born 17 years to the date of the Great Western Forum, left the 17th state of Ohio, the heart of it all, got the Lakers their 17th championship. So this all ties together.
It just freaks me out, man, because that's my birthday. And I'm from Ohio. My dad came from where LeBron is, and it's just all crazy to me.
Yeah, man.
I totally forgot he won the King of the Ring on my birthday.
Yep.
That's crazy.
When did he win King of the Ring? 94?
He won King of the Ring 94, June 19th, 1994.
Wasn't that the year USA hosted the World Cup?
Oh, wow.
And then we got a World Cup this
was
year.
it? I don't know. I don't know.
I think it was 94. I think Brazil won it. Pretty sure it was USA 94.
Yeah, 1994. Yes, that is correct.
Wow, that's a great point. So his winning, so the King of the Ring, the New York Knicks made the NBA Finals. His 1999 fall to his death, the New York Knicks made the NBA Finals. And now after Hulk Hogan died, this is the 27th anniversary of Owen Hart's death. And the New York Knicks just made the NBA Finals, and Hogan equals 27.
Oh my God, dude.
We could go to the next slide.
We touched on this one, right? We
don't need that one. You can go to the next one. So here, as somebody pointed out, the Jimmy Hart. So Jimmy Hart, Owen Hart's name is Owen James Hart. Hulk Hogan's manager was Jimmy James Hart. His real name was James Hart. Owen Hart's real name is Owen James Hart. Jimmy Hart not only was the manager for Hulk Hogan, but Jimmy Hart was the manager for Owen Hart's family called the Hart Foundation. So he was the manager of both superstars, the Hart family and for Hulk Hogan, which makes it even more eerie that Owen Hart died kind of playing the same mask gimmick as Hulk Hogan with his mask attire as well.
And not to mention, I think Donovan's already getting ahead of you. Donovan, of all names, pointing out you have a Josh Hart on the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Josh Hart playing in Rocket Arena when the Rocket Owen Hart on his anniversary death date, the Knicks played at Rocket Arena this year.
He got his high score as well, Josh Hart, in that stadium. His highest scoring game in the playoffs was in that stadium in Game 3.
Unbelievable, man.
And just to the recap before we go to the next slide, just to recap, Hulk Hogan, the heart of it all, Owen Hart. Hogan dies of a heart attack, cardiac arrest with your heart on the anniversary of Bronny James Jr. heart attack when Bronny scores his first NBA points at Rocket Arena to pay tribute to the Rocket Owen Hart and Hulk Hogan, who was managed by Jimmy James Hart as well. So LeBron James Jr., Jimmy James Hart, Owen James Hart. And of course, like I said, when Hulk Hogan formed the NWO, he came out to Jimmy James Hendrix, the Voodoo Child.
Can I add something real quick about on the Heart theme? There's a rock band Heart with the female lead singer. Her name is Nancy Wilson. We talk about the Heart theme. It's a rock group Heart. I think they're in the Hall of Fame. But their lead singer, Nancy Wilson, it's a very recognizable voice, even if you don't follow it. Her birthday is June 19th, KODI's birthday that we've been talking about as well. So that ties in the June 19th and Heart, your two things you've talked about.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Rambo.
So one of their big hits is Magic Man. You know how Magic and Wizards are theme right now?
Okay, I'm ready for you, AJ.
All right, bro.
So this slide, hockey fans, I don't know how hockey knowledge. My knowledge is very base level. Like I said, I watch all sports, but I'm no sports guru. But this famous hockey player, Maurice the Rocket Richard, played for the Canadiens. The Canadiens also play, because Owen Hart is from Canada. The Rocket Richard played for the Canadiens on this year on Owen Hart's death anniversary as well. Not only is the person who scores the most goals in the season named they get the Rocket Award, but the MVP trophy for the NHL is also the Hart Award.
Oh my God, Myron, you're killing me, dude. Because you have the Golden Knights, where everybody's been all over the Toy Story narrative of the Avalanche and stuff. And the Golden Knights still got one more game to go to get to the Stanley Cup. But it makes me think of, like, I look at this purple Owen Hart, you know, we think about royalty and the Purple Heart Award and purple and gold, like the Lakers, going back to Bronny James. You have the Purple Heart, you have the Heart of Gold. And now you have the Golden Knights on the doorstep of their, you know, next Stanley Cup. And then now you got this ritual going on. Myron, you are absolutely crushing this right now.
Yes, sir.
Myron, you know, Owen Hart, he had a rivalry in the Intercontinental Championship with The Rock and Ken Shamrock.
Yeah, okay. You all are making perfect points. I thank you for adding these, because I'm about to touch on these perfect additions right now to bring it all home. So Owen Hart, his wrestling documentary, which was released in 2015, was called Heart of Gold. So that's Owen Hart's wrestling documentary. It's called Heart of Gold. Came out in 2015. And that is the NBA Finals between the Golden State Warriors and the Cleveland Cavaliers, who now play at Rocket Arena. And now we have the potential of the Golden Knights on the verge of making it to the finals. I know the Canadiens lost today, but I would not be surprised if you saw a Canadiens versus Golden Knight Stanley Cup Finals. I know people use this stuff to sports bet. I'm not selling any sports. I'm just making connections because I'm paying attention to the symbols. And the Rocket Richard is a huge, huge name in hockey. He has an award named after him. He's won the Hart Award, and his team is currently in the NHL playoffs on the verge of the Stanley Cup. Now,
Myron, who's the goalie of the Golden Knights? Who's the starting goalie?
His name is Hart.
Carter Hart. It's like, dude, oh my God.
Yes, sir.
I had to get
And
that in there.
Okay, so to touch on your Adam's comment about Ken Shamrock and The Rock. So Hulk Hogan, when he returned, so you had, again, remember Owen Hart, he died in 99. 99 is the year the Spurs, the Twin Towers Spurs, beat the New York Knicks, home of the Twin Towers, in 2001, because we just had the passing of Ted Turner. Ted Turner was not only responsible for CNN, but for WCW. In 2001, WCW and ECW invaded WWF, and they went to war with WWF. And what happened after that? We had 9/11 in 2001 because of an invasion of America, and then we went to war. So this year we've had our war themes with Israel, kind of the same symbolism. Ted Turner passes away again. We have the New York Knicks headed to the NBA Finals, possibly to play the Spurs again. It is 2-2, so I don't know, but I felt strong about the Spurs, and if the Spurs make it again, we would have Wemby, who's pretty much like tall like a tower, and we have the construction that just started this spring in New York for the 2 World Trade Center.
Just unbelievable. I mean, oh my God, man. Myron, you are cooking. It is steaming up in here, bro.
And then so my final piece, Hulk Hogan, he returned to WWF in 2002, still a part of the New World Order, because we talked about Bush, Kyle Bush, the 41st president of Bush. We know how they're introducing the New World Order, and then 9/11 was with Bush Jr. So Hulk Hogan returned, and he went from what made him leave NWO and return to his like red and yellow gimmick is because he had a match against The Rock at WrestleMania in Canada. So he had a match against The Rock at WrestleMania in Canada. Hulk Hogan lost, and then the very next night, Hulk Hogan came out and he got like a 5-minute standing ovation in Canada, where Owen Hart is from. And the announcer says it's like we saw the reincarnation of Maurice the Rocket Richard. He says it to Hulk Hogan.
And Adam, I just saw you in the chat. You were pointing out that Kevin Hart just got roasted like a burning.
That was
heart,
the theme. You know? The themes of this week has been Iceman, Drake from Canada, and the roast of Kevin Hart. Yep.
I gotta
step out for a quick second, but you guys keep cooking. I'll be right
what
back.
He just said this. What did you say? The roast of Kevin Hart and the Iceman, yeah?
Yep, Iceman, Drake's album, The Iceman from Canada.
Exactly, all that 666 symbolism.
Yep.
Well, the 2020 NBA Finals on National Father Daughter Day, the Lakers beat the Heat, the water and the fire.
Yep.
And remember, in the Bible, God flooded the earth, and when Jesus returns, he's going to set it on fire. So there's got to be some symbolism there.
Yes, sir. I know AJ did step out. There is one slide tying back to Kyle Busch again, because Kyle Busch was in his 22nd full NASCAR season, and the player that played for the San Antonio Spurs in 99 was Sean Elliott. And of course, Elliott with ET. Sean Elliott's birthday is 2/2. And he was the NBA Finals with the San Antonio Spurs that year. So that would have been my final piece right there. You see Elliott above standing next to ET, and then below you see Sean Elliott, whose birthday is 2/2.
So I just had a huge.
Have you seen the memes of Elliot Page like playing like Troy and stuff? Elliot Page, the one who transitioned.
Ooh, I have to check that out.
Yeah, there's so many memes of her playing like Gladiator and Troy because it was a female who became a man and all of that.
Okay.
Elliot, which is just crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that. 'Cause I know Sean Elliott is one of the Spurs announcers now, and he's one of the first people to nickname Wemby the Alien.
Yeah, hey Myron, what's up, man?
Today's
Yeah,
actually the anniversary.
The race car driver, isn't he?
Yes, sir. Golden. Yeah, he got the San Antonio knowledge. What's up, man?
Yeah, today's actually the anniversary of the Memorial Day shot that Sean Elliott took 27 years ago.
Wow.
Memorial Day miracle.
So
Please.
Myron,
Yep.
so check this out. So you just mentioned ET. So I think I'm going to try to share my screen. I don't know if AJ's back. I can do that myself, but hold on a second. This is going to bring this all together. I cannot believe what I just realized here. So, oh my goodness. Wait till you guys see this. Look at the ET cover. All right. Look at the Sacred Heart.
The heart.
No. But check this out. So when is the Feast of the Sacred Heart this year? Which is about this, right? It's called the Feast of the Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
Look at the date this year. June 12th. What is June 12th? That's Disclosure Day.
It's George Bush Sr.'s birthday as well. He was the 41st president.
Wow. And you can write that date as 12/6/126.
But bro, do you know that movie?
Exactly.
When they're actually going to premiere the movie, it's going to premiere in Mexico on 6/11, right? In Mexico, if you look it up.
Right.
And the World Cup begins 6/11 in Mexico.
Wow.
Right.
I'm telling you,
And
some sort of alien disclosure is going down at this World Cup. The whole world's watching. What a perfect
Exactly.
place to
Exactly.
do
That's
it.
what. There's something big coming next month. I'm telling you.
Yep.
It's right in your face. I mean, and what I just found there with what are the odds that the ET cover literally shows the Sacred Heart of Jesus? That's what that is. That's the Jesus pose. The Sacred Heart of Jesus. This day, Disclosure Day movie comes out on that day. On Disclosure Day.
So this is going to be the middle of the year, right? The turning point of the year. And astrologically, right now, it's sort of the calm before the storm in a lot of ways. We got this full moon in Sagittarius, but I've been saying, just through looking at different astrologers online and how they all are saying the same thing, they don't even know each other. That's sort of how I kind of connect some dots. And they are all saying that June 29th, for example, is Mercury retrograde. And that's when things are going to start to kick off, because there's this alignment type conjunction happening where the same thing happened during the Revolutionary War. And they're all pointing to like July 4th for some sort of like crazy event. Because that's the date that the alignment is happening, but I'm looking more at July 2nd because that is National UFO Day, or June 28th is John the Baptist Day, but it's also National UFO Day.
Well,
So with all
the 8th is Elon Musk's birthday as well, but
on whose birthday?
June the 28th is Elon Musk's birthday.
Okay, interesting. So Elon Musk has the exact same birthday as Franz Ferdinand. And Franz Ferdinand, he was removed, and that's what led to World War I. And that was all orchestrated by a secret society called the Black Hand. And this is all just history. Maybe there's, lies in the history or whatever, but that's just common, like history. People will agree on that. And so there's this connection between Elon Musk and Jordan Maxwell. We're here with Jordan Maxwell right now. But I'm looking out for the turning point. I've been studying the turning points. And
well, hey,
Rambo,
don't really quick.
Yes.
Yeah, you've also done work on Blink 182.
Sure.
182 is the middle point of the year.
Yes.
And
That's
Tom
July
DeLonge,
2nd, right?
Aliens Exist, right? He wrote the song Aliens Exist, and then he has this whole band shout out to you, Daniel. You know exactly what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. What you were saying?
Oh yeah, no. I'm just saying, like this whole turning point, right? Like when you hit the middle part of the year, aliens, etc. I just want to throw that in.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. So in spell casting, because Rambo brought up spell casting, it's something I've been looking into with there's a book I read on the esoteric alphabet, and it was coming up with this thesis that the alphabet is a encoded symbolic allegory in a chiasma structure, which goes into this turning point, and it's the fire meeting the water, which would be the letter M, and then that turning point goes back up, and it's telling the story of the fire going down into the water and then being rebirthed back into the fire. So if the entire alphabet is this encoded language, maybe the years are as well with turning points, because we had the big turning point event go down, and that was the big words. But if you read these Masonic, Knights Templar type books that are written, they talk about turning points of the year, turning points of the different lunar cycles. And this is how the whole geomancy works with the ley lines, with the different turning points of the windows of the old Knights Templar buildings, where they're like, oh, okay, this sun's going through this window. So that would have like an encoded code in the statue of the different ley lines of the earth, so they can map out where to go. And if 182, I believe, is July 2nd too, which is the date I was pointing at, National UFO Day. It is the actual, pretty much the founding of America, because that's when they signed the Declaration of Independence. And the astrology, from what I hear, is it's old structures crumbling and new ones being built. And that's exactly what happened in 1776. Was the old empire was crumbling, and a new experiment was launching off. And we're sort of seeing that now with the acceleration of the technocracy.
Yeah, no, and I was going to interrupt you because you're right there. Like, that's amazing. And there's like a lot of other things too, like Neptune moving into Aries, like earlier this year was huge. But July 2nd is also when Jupiter moves into Leo. Like, that's huge. Like, that's Jupiter's in a sign for the whole year. Thinking about all the lion symbolism that everybody's bringing up in the Leo, I think you're dead on something with that July 2nd date. So I was just wanting to say, like, yeah, I love it, resonating with it.
And it's also 7-2, right? 72 is connected in gematria with the tetragrammaton, the 4-letter word of God. When it's written in a pyramid, like on the back of the dollar, the pyramid, when you write the word of God in that name, the 4-letter word, Adonai, is in gematria, it equals 72, which is
72 is 66 plus 6. And it's 72 goetic demons with Solomon, the 72. And Pope Francis became the Pope the 72nd day of 2013.
And don't forget, Rocket Arena is the home of the 216, 6x6x6, Cleveland 216.
Yeah, and the Cavs just dropped to 216 in the playoffs against the Knicks.
I was about to say that 9 months and 11 days after LeBron James last won the championship for Cleveland. Go ahead.
The pyramid,
9 years. Yeah, sorry, not yeah. You know what I meant.
The pyramid on the back of the dollar bill has 72 bricks on it. And another spellcasting thing that I think would be interesting just to throw in the mix, because we were talking about the moon a lot in this show, and the word M and the letter M in ma'am and N, they're next to each other, and M goes back to Latin for the light, and N is Latin for, it's a word, I forget the word, for night. So you got the MN, and that's like LMN as well, which is like element. So there's all this decoding to go along with the alphabet that I actually put together a documentary that is on my channel, which explains it much better than I'm doing right now. I'm kind of ruining it.
QRSTU is Christu.
Right, yes. And so in Oppo, OP, if you reverse it, you get the word opposite. They're next to each other. OP, and then you reverse it, PO, Oppo, and it's like opposite, just like so much crazy stuff with that. So each letter, especially when you're tying in the tarot cards, they also assign a Hebrew letter to each one. So each letter means something as well in the English or in the Hebrew or ancient Egyptian. The cool one I was looking into was this letter M, which would be the turning point. So A starts with the fire, and then the turning point at the bottom would be M. So it's the fire going into the water, and that extinguishing sound of a match hitting water makes the shush sound. So I feel like there could be a, like, you know how everybody does the shush, which goes back to, so there might be even a connection there, all the way back up to Z.
For me, Donut, it makes me think of like PO box, like the PO box, the OP, the PO box, voting fraud. I mean, come on, that's been a topic every 2 years, you know. And anyways, I just want to throw that in there too, just in the world of Trump. And no one ever questioned really the voting process until he got in the picture. You know what I mean? And then side OP. I mean, there's a lot there, but yeah, good stuff, Donut. What you got, Adam?
You've got psyops and controlled opposition and all of that, but the way he was talking about turning point, Charlie Kirk has the same birthday as George Floyd, and Kirk
isn't this coming full circle right now? Is this not coming full circle right now?
This is why it's beautiful. I love interacting with you because Charlie Kirk was the face for turning points. He said that term turning point so many times. And then he mentioned Franz Ferdinand. His assassination led to World War I beginning. And there's a band who I've watched live called Franz Ferdinand, and their hit song is called Take Me Out. And then they had the Charlie Kirk assassination. And it's like, it all aligns. It's crazy. So thank you, Donut.
You want to, Adam, can you do us a favor and sing it for us really quick?
It's
take me out.
No.
No, it's so if you're lonely, you know I'm here waiting for you.
Adam's got some voice on him.
I'm just a shot away from you. But yeah, but the main lyrics is just take me out, innit? I say take me out, and that's obviously another term for assassination. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you for letting us in.
You know, it's funny. I'm going to throw in something funny because I'm working on a toilet book right now called Illuminati Toilets, which is funny wordplay. It's just hilarious. Like, who's going to do it, something like that? But this goes into so much symbolism and alchemy, even with Tracy's book, Genuflect. There's so much to bodily fluid rituals. So it's quite interesting, but I actually tie in a comedic way, but this is actual historic facts, that the beginning of the Knights Templars started with a toilet assassination. You got toilet sacrifices, whether that is the Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland, or Elvis being sacrificed on the toilet. And we were talking about Mercury earlier, and I tied in something very funny. I was in Japan, and they got these awesome Toto toilets. The Toto toilets reign supreme. They're amazing. And I directly tied the word Toto to Thoth, which is where we get Mercury and Hermes. is Thoth. That's like the original, I believe. That's where it's coming from. And if you look at the Thoth deck in the tarot with Crowley's tarot, he writes Thoth Toto, just like how the Japanese write Toto, like the Toto toilets. So there's a lot of funny stuff with that
In
information.
the Wizard of Oz,
That's amazing. No, that's
Yeah, and
good.
the Wizard of Oz, you got Toto the dog.
BPM just said in the chat that toilet, you can find the word toilet in the word Elliot, like E.T.
Oh, snap.
Oh my word.
Yeah, Elliot toilet. That's funny. Yeah, I gotta write that down. That's hilarious.
Donut, you brought up the M being the turning point too, and like M being the 13th letter. And I think that's amazing because, like, think about M being the 13th letter, which 13 tied to the moon for the 13 moon signs, and then 1 + 3 would equal 4, with like Cancer being the 4th sign of the zodiac. And you brought up the idea of like shushing somebody. And it's so interesting because like shushing comes from, like, with Cancer kind of representing the moon. Why shushing calms you is because that's the sound you heard for 9 months when you were in your mother's womb. And that's why when people shush you to quiet you, it's because it's like, it's very comforting because it brings you back to that period of gestation. So there's something really huge with what you were saying there. I thought that was like blowing my mind.
The psychology behind the being in the womb, a lot of people want to return to the womb. I'm reading this book by Eric Fromm right now called Escape from Freedom, how society does not want freedom because it comes with anxiety and responsibility. So they always lean back to tyranny. It's an interesting book. And the guy was part of the Fabian Society. So that's pretty much a lot of the culture controllers of back not that long ago. But this guy was pretty much exposing this stuff. And he goes into that concept of the womb, going back to the womb. And I even think that during the lockdowns, you had two different groups of people wanting to return to the safety of, being cared for, was the people who surrendered to the tyranny. And then you even had a lot of the Truth Collective go into the woods, but they don't go into the woods and leave society in a van alone. They would want a community. So they tried to start communities. And that's the exact same thing. What's the difference? It's so I don't know, I could be wrong there, but anyway, the Freudian stages of development going into psychology, the gastro phase or something it is called. It starts off as an anus. We all do. We all start out as an anus, and then we turn into whatever. So it's funny you bringing up the womb, but a lot of stuff happens in the womb in development with the mother. If the mother is freaking out all the time, the child will feel that. We're directly connected to it. And speaking of the occult, there's this book called The Occult by Colin Wilson, who's this existential philosopher, and he goes over this thing called jungle sensitivity, about this guy who lived in the jungle in like India or something, I don't know where, and he would be saved by this thing called jungle sensitivity, which Colin Wilson called the X facilities. But it's just like your gut feeling, in a sense, going back to the gut, where he's explaining what the occult is, simply meaning hidden. And it's a pretty great book so far. I'm only on chapter 1, but yeah, just talking about the womb and the guts.
AJ, could I mention something about the womb? I might even turn my camera on for this because I'm buzzing. That was so good. So for me, as you know, one of the main reasons you invited me on is because I like to connect things to the Bible. Yeah. So for me,
amen.
In the Bible, right? The movie The Matrix was about the Bible. All right, it was inspired by the Bible, and you got the red pill and the blue pill, kind of like what Donut was saying. Yeah, that people had a choice, and I agree with that. But in the Bible, the word matrix is an old translation term used for the womb. Right? This is so deep. So in Exodus 13:12, it states, that thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, which means womb, And then Exodus 34:19 says, all that openeth the matrix is mine. So in the Bible, the matrix is the womb. And if you actually watch the movie The Matrix, it's like he's coming out of a womb, isn't it? Have you seen it?
Yeah, yeah. When he's coming out of that pod.
Yeah, but it's like a womb, like how a baby comes out.
Yeah.
So it's just beautiful to me that the Matrix, even the Matrix comes back to the Bible. Whether you believe in God or not, it comes back to the Bible. So all that openeth the matrix is mine. So it's like that red pill or blue pill. You have a choice in biblically whether you're going to follow Christ. So I do find that interesting, the term matrix and everything that you were talking about there, because we technically do live in a matrix, don't we? It feels like that at this point, that we live in
the movie The Matrix. You have Cypher.
Exactly.
Who decides to leave the Matrix after everything he knows. At the end of the movie, he says, "You know what? I know it's fake, but I want it.
Well, he wanted
I want the fake steak." And that, I feel like that's the world we're living in. You know, like it's so perfect. It's so perfect. You know how they name these people. And you know, I got to say, you guys, we are at, 3.5 hours. I mean, man, we obviously we got a lot of people cooking here.
Well, do you know The Matrix was released in 1999 when the Knicks played the Spurs?
There you go. Exactly. With all the 9/11 connections and whatnot. And Golden Age Deception, Chase, you have been extremely quiet. You've been very humble, letting everybody do their thing, but you have a presentation for us, and you need your time to shine, my guy. Are you out there? Can you hear us? Are you good?
Yes, I'm still here, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all.
There he is.
Chase. Yes.
Chase, thank you, man. Thank you for being patient. Really appreciate it. I am going to share my screen here. Just give me a quick second. But you know what? While I get that set up, Chase, Golden Age Deception, if you could please just give a quick, heads up, about what you're about, where people can find you and support you, my guy.
Yeah, so I'm real active on the Instagram at Golden Age Deception, and I'm not too active here on YouTube, but I'm always chiming in on all their channels, in the live chat and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, listening to all great information. I feel like Rambo really set the stage high. He came out here packing a whole bunch of info, and MYRON, and then DOENUT, Tommy, KODI. Yeah, it's just like a lot of people in here, but I respect it. You all have great information and input.
So I'm trying. Thank you, Chase. Appreciate that, man. And I know that Chase, I don't know where you found me or if I found you or whatever, but like, you're very much tied into this community, and I'm now a little stuck. I'm trying to share my screen, and it's telling me that before presenting a screen, remove other media streams from the stage.
You got to take his off, or wait.
What do I got to do here?
It's saying that you have somebody else's screen on the screen, but I don't see one.
Okay, hold on.
Because it will only say that if you have somebody else's screen already on there. But that makes no sense because right now it looks like it's just the basic screen.
Okay, so I'm going to stop my screen. Maybe that's what it is. Stop my. Well, I'm supposed to share my screen.
Which, hold on.
Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna. Well, I'm trying to, like, Rambo has had his requests in here. Share screen from the beginning of the stream. But the only options it's giving me is to kick him out of the room, and I don't want to do that. So, hey, Rambo, could you make? I don't know, you guys. I'm a novice to this.
So he wants to kick me out.
No,
I can sacrifice.
No.
I'll be Christ-like. I'll sacrifice myself for the.
No, Rambo. You just
No,
you just
it's a
type.
glitch. It has to be a glitch because it's saying that there's a screen being shared, but there's not. That's the problem. There's a glitch
Okay.
here.
Okay.
We're not going to do a ritual sacrifice, are we, on the live stream here? Get rid of toothpaste.
Oh dear, Adam, you're getting really dark now.
By the numbers.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I just try to share my screen again. Let's see what happens there. My God, this camera just wants to zoom into my pores. It feels like. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. So I'm going to request. Chase was kind enough to, yeah, see, it's still doing it. Remove other media streams from the stage. I don't know what to do, you guys. Donut, you guys got any ideas? You guys are way better at this than I am.
AJ,
What's
everybody take their screens off share. Everyone who has a screen share up right now, take it off share. I think Rambo's the only. So if Rambo, if you could just take your screen, yeah, and now see.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
now
right,
see if
that
it
might be
works.
Okay. All right. Here we go. We're going to try again. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Cody. Thank you so much, Cody, for your help with
Cody.
that. Woo woo. Can we get a woo? Let's go. Let's go. Golden
Now let's see
Age
Golden Age.
Deception. Chase, my man. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Show your face, bro. Let everybody know how handsome you are. And let everybody know what you're about, my guy, because honestly, like, it just, you know, I know that Daniel, you know, that Daniel's a big fan of you, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone's a big fan of you, man. And thank you so much for your patience, dude. We're so excited to see what you have to bring to the table tonight.
Yeah, man, it's real quick and brief, but I'll get into it right now. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Yes. So, quick introduction to Golden Age Deception, the round table that we got going on today. Go on to the next one. And yeah, it's just a brief breakdown of.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh damn! Is it? Did
No,
it
we're
only
good.
give you those? Did it only give you those through 2 slides?
No. I was trying to zoom in, and it was. That's my
Okay.
fault.
Yeah, sweet.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what really stood out to me about this day is you could also write a 25/5 like 255, and 322 is the 255th composite. So there was a hidden skull and bones mechanism to to this day that it carries. Like Rambo had mentioned this already before, but yes, it fell in the time of Gemini in the Twin Cities, and George Floyd, who's also a Libra, which is the cardinal air sign out of the 3 air signs.
Wow, dude.
There's 3 air
255.
signs. Yes, up.
My camera is going nuts right now. Sorry about that, you guys. So wait, hold on. Your presentation is showing that 255 is. I'm gonna miss
322 is the 255th composite.
There we go. That's
Yes.
amazing. That's amazing. With everything we've been talking about tonight, with George Bush, George Floyd, Skull and Bones, 322. Wow. And shout out to you, Rambo. What is 322? What you taught me was it is 2 out of the 3. When you consider thoughts, action, emotion, the one being
No.
left out is the
Yo,
heart, right?
No, that's 666. It's thought, action, emotion. Thought, action, emotion is skull, crossbones, heart. And
Well, yeah, no,
2/3
I'm talking about the symbol of skull and bones.
Yeah,
It's showing 2/3 of that trinity.
Yeah, but
is what I-
it goes both ways. That comes from Freemasonry. That's on the tracing board of the master mason. And the skull and bones is on the coffin of Hiram Abiff. And what killed Hiram Abiff? It was the absence of the heart. But it could either be a warning against doing that, or the negative interpretation by the dark masons is that they're actually celebrating it. They're actually celebrating destroying, that's the sacred feminine aspect, empathy and care and humanity. They're actually celebrating the skull and crossbones. So it's not necessarily, it could be a warning against doing that, or celebrating doing that, depending if it's a light or dark Mason. And it comes from the tracer board of Hiram Abiff. Yes, that's 2/3 of the Trinity. That's why in the Matrix, Trinity, she has to be saved. Neo has to save Trinity. He has to save the sacred feminine. Yeah, so that's 2/3 of the Trinity, which is 0.666. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, Chase. It was the first thing that came to mind as soon as you pointed out that 255 connection with 322, because I don't remember that, man. Thank you for bringing that back to the table.
Oh yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, like I said, George Floyd has the same birthday as Charlie Kirk, Stephen A. Smith, and who else? Who's the other person? Stephen A. Smith, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, those three. Yeah, all carry the same October 14th birthday.
Can I just throw one in?
Yeah, go for it.
The American cyclist Greg LeMond. Lance Armstrong shattered the record for Tour de France wins, and he's the winningest American. But after the doping scandal, he was found guilty of using steroids. He was stripped of all his titles. So the American that's won the most Tour de France's is Greg LeMond. And LeMond comes from the tarot in the Marseille deck. The deck card number 21, which is the world in English, is Le Monde in French, and it's the completion of the cycle. So yeah, Greg LeMond, he's pretty big. His birthday is 10/14.
At that same George, yeah, very popular day. Also
amazing, Chase.
Yes. It also resembles, like a 114 too, once you remove the 0 out of 1014. And that's like a lot of parallels you could find, with the whole, June 19th, because that's the 114th prime. And it all its ties in with, LeBron James, which equals 114. But, oh shit.
And by the way, can we find this work on your YouTube? Chase, you all right? You out there? Chase, I think we can hear you. Oh, add you back? Maybe not. Looks like we got 2 of you in here. Talk about twins. Chase, you good? Can you hear us?
Maybe he's being abducted by an alien.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he is in the San Antonio area, so that would make a lot of sense.
Why did we just lose half of our viewers right when he dropped out there? Does anyone else notice that?
Yeah, I mean, I know MYRON and DOENUT had to drop off, so that's going to naturally happen. But yeah, I mean, so quickly, it did cut in half very, very, very quickly.
Should still be viewers. No, but I think that's weird. There should still be viewers watching, even if they went away. So I just thought it was weird that as soon as he went quiet, we also went from 500 watching to 272. So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will give Chase a second to get back in here. Okay. Perfect timing. Oh, now we got to.
Yeah. There we go.
Are you there, Chase? You good?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Okay, good deal.
Okay, cool.
Yes. You can go on to the next slide, please.
Cool.
Yeah, one thing that also stood out to me, about the significance of the George Floyd, Charlie Kirk thing was like how we mentioned they all carried the same birthday. And if you go back to 2016, Arturo Sosa became the 31st Superior General on October 14th, all for Charlie Kirk to go out at age 31. So, yeah, as you see right there, Charlie Kirk died at age 31. Kyle Busch, mechanism to all this. Obviously, he's dead at age 41, but a few days prior to that, you would get Victor Wembanyama going off for 41 points and 24 rebounds. All for him to die on May 21st or 21/5. If you zoom in closely.
And then he had what, like 4 rebounds the next game? Like, what the hell? What the heck was that?
Yeah, they would end up losing that game, right? Game 2.
Yep.
Yeah. But May 21st is when he died. You could write that 21/5, 215. Well, San Antonio Spurs equals 215. And it was exactly 8,171 days. Well, it was a span of 8,171 days into Victor Wembanyama's life when he played game 1. And that is the 1,026 prime number.
Oh my
8171.
God.
And the Oklahoma City Thunder would pick up their 126 loss all time, including playoffs against the San Antonio Spurs that day. Now, the 126 tying in with Kobe's death date. And, Kyle Busch would eventually be announced dead in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Kobe got drafted initially. And his birthday stood out to me a lot too, as well, because it's May 2nd, and that was the uh day. Well, not that's the day the release date of the King James Bible, and also the day that Greg Popovich retired from being the head coach for 29 seasons. So yeah, basically I've been, keeping track with the Spurs and Greg Popovich, because I just know that, like, once they officially announce his demise, like, it's going to be correlating to the upcoming championships here in San Antonio, without a doubt.
I think that's a massive connect, Chase. Seriously, pointing out that Greg Popovich, you and I and Myron did a collab called Greg Popovich. Let's not forget
Yes.
that Pope equals 52. But yeah, so Greg Popovich retires as the coach exactly on May 2nd, which just so happens to be Kyle Busch's birthday. And then he dies on the date written 215, right? Which is the San Antonio area code.
No, San Antonio Spurs equals 215.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And that's why.
Anyways.
And then, like, people right now are debating whether if, De'Aaron Fox should still be like the star point guard, because, how good Dunn Harper has been. So, like, when you do the 3 numbers, you get 2 Harper, number 1 Wemby, and number 5 Stephon Castle, the 215 code. So to
How
me, that kind of,
perfect.
and then it's an anagram of the 512 as well, which is the Austin area code. And then about Spurs Week and the 512.
Well, yeah. I mean, Austin is home of the G League team for the
Exactly.
Spurs. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, and that's
Perfect.
why Rashard Lewis, he's a shooting coach for the Spurs right now, and his son plays for the Austin Spurs. He's another product out of Seattle, as is Mitch Johnson. His father, John Johnson, played for the 79 championship team in Seattle.
My God, dude.
So there's just like, San Antonio is just like the mediator, from all these major, like, East and West Coast teams, from New York to San Francisco, like, to Chicago, like, even be in the midst of this too as well. It's just like, why else would the Spurs draft Dylan Harper? His father coming from the organization of 6 championships, Bulls, from what he's known for.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I shared it with you directly, but I honestly, I assumed. We know what assuming does. But did you see how the Spurs came out men in black? They're like, I mean, they
Yeah.
are men in black, but there's literally advertisements of Wemby, Castle, Harper, all these guys wearing dark
Yeah.
shades.
It was a whole team,
And
yes.
yeah, and they're calling themselves the Men in Black. So something to think about there with the alien stuff.
Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, just kind of threw this in there because, and many of y'all already know about this, the Denny Hamlin, we lost our Kobe Bryant. Kobe dead at age 41, when we dropping the 41, San Antonio equals 41. All the parallels between these two, even the initials, the KB, the jersey number 8, the car number 8.
Yeah. It's crazy. The KB alone, it's like, really? KB 41? Do I need to go any farther? Amazing. Game 4 breakdown.
Yeah, so this was the most previous game where they tied it up 2-2. So the big narrative going into it was how like Greg Popovich, gave them a speech, like the whole team, regarding the game 3 lost. And to me, they're like setting the stage of like building this, like increasing the mystique of like Greg Popovich as like this, like the god as he is, because he has the most wins all time in a regular season for any NBA coach. So to me, it is kind of a big deal. So like making him, really energy harvesting the fans right now by putting him out here in the stage at these crucial moments, whether they win or lose this year. But from his January 28th birthday to game 4 was exactly 3 months and 26 days. Greg Charles Popovich equals 326. And that number matters a lot too, because this kind of goes back to the March 26th Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse that happened on that occurred at 1:28 a.m. And if you look at Greg Popovich's birthday, it's 1/28. And there was a total of 6 deaths that happened that from the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. And that's why, I think it's like setting the whole stage for like this Spurs eventually winning their 6th championship. Even if you go back to when he retired May 2nd to May 8th, 6 days later, we get Pope Leo XIV, which equates to 41 and 58. 58 to 40, first composite.
And
Well,
Chase,
so tell you how double coded these games are. We all know it, anyone who's coded sports, right? So if the Thunder lose tomorrow against the Spurs, they become 12-8 at home in the playoffs. Right? There's your 1-2-8 with Popovich, yeah?
Exactly, yes.
However, if the Spurs lose, right, they get their 128th loss.
Ooh, damn.
To the Thunder.
That's tough.
Yeah, because like I said, like I've been keeping it up intuitively with this. They've been connecting these scores, whether it's halftime or final score, like points, these players drop. It's I'm thinking back to Popovich.
Crazy.
And he's that magic number 77 right now.
The only other thing I was going to throw in there is, let's not forget, probably I would say the biggest 666 ritual I've ever seen. I've seen a handful, I've seen plenty, but this one was crazy. And that was when Greg Popovich was still the coach. And you guys remember when the Spurs, before Wemby, were just absolute ass, and then they went on a crazy winning streak, only to then go into Golden State, San Francisco, home of the Church of Satan, for Greg Popovich to improve to 13-18 and 666 all time in his coaching career. Do you guys remember that one?
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
That was absolutely insane. And let's not forget that the Spurs have the upside down pentagram. The black and white, just go to the Church of Satan website. It's the same thing. Black and white upside down pentagram. Same thing. So I had to throw that in there.
Oh yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, that 128's been huge all this whole entire year lately. We just know the frequency it carries. I think very significant. And this one right here, as we all know, the state of Israel had recently turned 78 years old. What was it? May 14th, yes, May 14th, they had turned 78 years old, which is the 12th triangular. And it's been 12 years since the Spurs had won their last championship. And if you dissect the days from the state of Israel being founded to Greg Popovich's birthday, it's 259 days. Well, 326 is the 259th composite number. So there's definitely some type of tie in here with this team because if you look at closely to the Spur emblem, actually, there's 6 sides to it too. So it even looks like the state of Israel as well. Hexagon.
I love what you're doing with the composite numbers, honestly. Like, you know, primes are super important, but it's also like, wait, there's just as much power in the composites, you know? So
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
love how you're incorporating that a lot. I really do. You've taught me so much.
Yeah, man. Then check me out on Instagram.
Check him out on Instagram, you guys. Here
Yeah,
it
that's about
is.
it.
Chase, thank you so much, man. You know, short and sweet to the point. Thank you for your patience, you know, as far as trying to get everybody in here. And I think that was an awesome cherry on top of this Sunday that we've been rolling up on a Monday.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Can I
Yeah,
just make a
thank you,
correction? Sorry,
Sure.
I misstated. I said that it was Greg LeMond's birthday was October 14th. No, it was actually Floyd Landis because he has the name Floyd. Floyd Landis, his birthday is October 14th. This is his testimony that nailed Lance Armstrong. So just a correction there. It's not Greg LeMond's birthday. It's Floyd Landis's birthday.
Appreciate that, Rainbow. Wow, one of the longest streams, but I'll be honest, I mean, with 10 of us doing our thing, man, I mean, not too bad. 10 of us in 4 hours, I mean, that's a good round table. And
Give it up to KODI too. He
yeah,
made
no, for real.
KODI killing it. Man.
KODI's the real MVP, man. KODI is still hanging on by a thread. His eyes are drooping, not because he's not engaged, just because he's getting up super early or late, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate you guys saying that. I appreciate you all, and I really enjoy this having you all here and just being able to share this time with you guys. So, and all the people in the chat too. Thanks to all the mods, Coffee Girl, Sojourn, Watchman, Betty, a lot of people in the chat just adding great stuff and also sharing links, and just really been making this a community effort. And I really think we should do this again. And imagine doing something like this right after a more like noteworthy event happens. I think if we get some sort of big event in June, we should come back and do this again. Like when the iron's really hot with something, you know, imagine doing something like this right after the Charlie Kirk thing, all of us on here. I mean, imagine the kind of impact that would even make like during a time like that, you know? So like, I look forward to more of these, and I hope everyone in the chat had a good time. I know I did. So
Hey, AJ, could I have 10 minutes for the World Cup? We're not really mentioned.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Shame on me because the World Cup is very important.
But we're not really mentioned.
No, for real. You know what? It's already late. If people are going to hang around, they're going to hang around. What's another 10 minutes?
It to 10 minutes.
No. Let's go, Adam. We're doing this right now. And I really want Rambo's, you know, like additions to this, because you two are the soccer guys. You two are the soccer guys.
Yeah.
We've covered so much ground over the last 4 hours, so why not spend another 10 to 20 minutes just kind of tying things up? I'm just going to say with KODI, with what he said, it reminds me of the conversation I had with Daniel, Know Thyself podcast, where it reminds me of when we did Eye to Eye with AJ, Rambo, and KODI, and what happened not the night after Charlie Kirk died, but when somebody in the chat dropped in the Snake Eyes connection. And then all of a sudden I woke up the next morning and everybody was talking about it. To KODI's point, like, why can't we do that more often? You know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, Adam, please kick us off with the soccer stuff, man. Like, I mean, dude, the World Cup is what, a week and a half away, 2 weeks away. Let's go.
That's June the 11th. The most watched event in the world is the World Cup. So I'll keep it short and sweet for you. So it's going to begin on a date written 11/6. 11 hours and 6 minutes is 666 minutes, right?
You can share your screen too, by the way, brother. If you,
I don't need to. Do you want me to?
No, I'm just saying, like, if there is anything you did want to share, I can give you the screen.
Yeah, go on then. Let's share it. It might be better for people. So I'll share my screen here, share screen, and then we'll go to 2026 World Cup. You guys let me know if you can see this right now, and I'm just going to keep it short and sweet for you.
We're good. I can see you.
All right,
listen up.
All right, perfect. All right, so as I told you, the upcoming World Cup begins on a date written 11/6, and 11 hours and 6 minutes is 666 minutes. Now that 666 obviously connects to Kobe Bryant with his highest scoring game, his 666 game. He died 497 months, 3 days old, 4,973, 666 prime, 666 workout, all of that, right? So it's going to begin in Mexico. Now, interestingly, right, we talked about George Floyd, yeah? Today was, what, 6 years after he died? And Messi, Leo Messi, he won the 2022 FIFA World Cup in the Middle East, the span of exactly 134 weeks after George Floyd died. I coded all of this a year and a half before. Remember that World Cup final? Argentina beat France, finished 3-3 after extra time. France's dialing code is +33. France hosted the 33rd edition of the Olympics. Paris Saint-Germain, the French champions, won the 33rd edition of the Champions League. Sergio Aguero retired at age 33. There's a lot of 33s. So there's the 134, right? And Kobe retired 13-4, didn't he? The 13th of April, 2016. 2016 is 666 plus 666 plus 666 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 2016. Right? And that's when Ronaldo won the Euros. He has a chance to win the World Cup. So there's your 13-4. But the 13-4 for me connects to this. I'm going to try close this live stream like Michael Jordan. Close it out. Revelation 13:4, right? And they worship the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast, who is able to make war with him? Now, have you seen the Sesame Street with Kobe, where he calls himself the beast? You got to check that out, where he's on Sesame Street. He says you've got to bring out your inner beast. And the dragon...
You're talking about his Muse Cage 2
yes,
videos.
there you go. The
Muse Cage.
About releasing his beast.
Right.
So, and Satan's the dragon. He empowers the beast because the Antichrist gets possessed by the devil, right? And we know 666 is the number of the beast, the number of a man. That's why all this Revelation stuff is playing out. And by the way, the World Cup is going to begin on Kai Havertz's birthday, right? His German.
Shout out to Sean Widow's son. He's also saying the World Cup starts when the United States turns 13,041 weeks old. Kobe and Gianna 13 and 41. My goodness, Sean.
That's beautiful. And
my
goodness. The most recent World Cup, which Messi won, he won the World Cup final with 13 days left in the year, and the World Cup began with 41 days left in the year. 41-13. Okay? It began on Joe Biden's birthday, which is November the 20th, 41 days left in the year, and the final was 12-18, 13 days left in the year. A day after Pope Francis's birthday, and it was France against Argentina, and obviously Pope Francis is Argentinian. So Kai Havertz, right? The World Cup begins on his birthday. He's German. He scored the winning goal that won Arsenal, the Gunners, the Premier League. That connects to war, nuclear arsenal, and all of that. And they have the cannonball logo, and you all know about Loyola with the cannonball, yeah, with the Society of Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Cannonball Day.
Exactly. And it begins 6/11, and his name's Kai Havertz, right?
Don't forget about the Canaanites, right? We talked about the Canaanites.
Oh, exactly, the Canaanites. Yeah, brilliant. So, wherever is it here? Look at this. Kai Havertz, the World Cup begins on his birthday, right? Can you see that gematria?
Yes, sir.
121, 49, 149, 59, right? It begins on his birthday, German. Well, look at the word revelation, which I believe we're living out, the exact gematria as Kai Havertz.
He has the same name as Trump's granddaughter.
Yeah, exactly. Kai in Hawaiian means sea, and the beast rises out of the sea. And he scored the winning Champions League goal for Chelsea after 42 minutes, and the beast reigns for 42 months. Right? So this is all quite crazy. And like I said, he got the winning goal to win Arsenal, the Premier League, which was against Burnley, which is King Charles's favourite team, right? Now, the World Cup, it's the first time it's going to be hosted in 3 nations. You got, Mexico, USA, Canada, yeah? It's never been done before. Argentina just became 3-3 in World Cup finals as well for another 33. They've won 3 finals, they've lost 3, right? Now we know 33 with Jesus and Lionel Messi and all of that, and Messiah. But the first ever World Cup was 1930, 96 years ago. We know that Kobe was drafted in 96, yeah? And for the first time ever, we're going to have 48 teams. It's usually 32. 4 times 8 is 32. But they've chosen 48. It's almost like, obviously, the more nations that are in it, more people are going to watch, yeah? And if there's this disclosure, like how that movie's coming out or being premiered in Mexico the same day the World Cup begins in Mexico. Now, I just want to show you that World Cup is 104, right? And there's going to be 104 games that are played at this World Cup. It also equals 41. Kobe, yeah, died at age 41. Kobe Bryant equals 41. He's taken out of his last ever game with 4.1 seconds left. His last made shot over Trey Lyles, number 41. But World Cup's 104. Kobe retired the 104th day of 2016. Okay, there's going to be 104 games that's going to be played here, which has never been before in the history of the World Cup. Now, if we go to Revelation 10:4, and when the 7 Thunders had uttered their voices, by the way, the Thunder just won the NBA Finals in Game 7. Can I get a woo? I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things which the 7 Thunders uttered and write them not. Don't be shocked if this Thunder Spurs goes to 7. That's all I'm going to say. But we'll see. Now, I've shown you here, right, for the first time ever, there's going to be 48 teams, yeah? 48 teams. And Revelation 4:8. And the 4 beasts had each of them 6 wings about him. And they were full of eyes within, and they rest not day and night, saying, Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, which was and is to come. That's Revelation 4:8. Now, Donald Trump, right, who's obviously going to be a major player in this World Cup, he got shot at on 13th of July, 2024. This is Lamine Yamal's birthday, one of the best players in the world right now who plays for Spain, right? This is Yamal's birthday. Well, Trump got shot at exactly 48 weeks before his birthday, right? And Donald John Trump equals 48.
So does Cleveland.
Yeah, so does Cleveland. Brilliant. And Trump's the first president to serve a split term since Cleveland, yeah? Now,
Grover Cleveland.
Well, yeah, exactly, Grover Cleveland. Well, how long does a presidential term last? It's 4 years, which is 48 months. Right? So you're gonna, and nice. when was the 2024 US eclipse, which went through like Nineveh and Jonah and Rapture? I'm pretty sure
4/8.
4/8, right? 4/8. So another 48. So I straight away I was like, what? Why 48? And I was like, okay, when did Israel declare its independence? The year 48. The same year Charles was born, right? So this 48 is a major number. And 48 plus 48, what does it get you? 96. And the last World Cup, or the first World Cup, was played 96 years ago, right? And 96, which I'll show you here, Donald Trump's first day in office as the 47th US president, right, was exactly 96 months after his first day in office as the 45th. Because 8 years is 96 months. How old was the Queen when she died? 96, right? Now, this is where it starts getting tough. So 96 months is 8 years. How many teams have won the World Cup? 8. right? 8. Does it stay on that? 96 years after the first World Cup, when 96 months is 8 years? Very possible. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Again, doing this work is very tricky. Kobe, when was he born? 23/8, yeah?
Yes, sir.
It's the 23rd
78.
edition. 23rd edition of the World Cup, and they can stay on 8 winners. His birthday. However, there's always a however with this. 23 is the 9th prime.
Yeah.
3rd edition. Do we get the 9th new winner? 23/9.
That's also Bronny James's number. LeBron James wearing 23, the 9th prime. We talked about the 9 earlier, etc.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And who's probably who's the most famous NFL player
Of all time? I mean, I don't know. Tom Brady.
Yeah. When did he make his debut? 23/9. 12 days after 9/11, number 12 made his debut. 23/9.
And he had a statue go up on 8/8 last year, right? There's your Trump connection too on 8/8.
That is so true. Yeah, that's so true. And he just invested in Birmingham City. He just invested in a football club in England. And he was there when Ronaldo broke the record for the most goals scored in the history of football. He was in attendance at Old Trafford, the Red Devils. Brady was watching. Because of the Buccaneers, the owners, they own Man United and Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which justified him watching. And they both have the GOAT connections, which connects to Baphomet.
And what's the team that LeBron has stake in? Isn't Liverpool. Okay. Yeah,
with Liverpool, and they just won the 33rd edition of the Premier League. And LeBron's 33, and Cleveland's 33. All of it co-connects. Now, the first ever World Cup, right, was played 1930, okay? 1930, and Uruguay beat Argentina 4-2. They both have the sun in the flag, and the beast reigns 42 months. There's also 42 generations of Jesus Christ in the Bible. Big number. The recent World Cup final, Argentina won the shootout 4-2 against France, okay? So, who was born in 1930? Your boy, Anton LaVey, right?
My boy?
So the first ever World Cup.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
The first ever World Cup was hosted the year the founder of the
my boy, Anton LaVey.
There he is. There's your boy, Anton Sander LaVey, right? His daughter, Taylor Swift.
I
don't know. But anyways, so that's insane in itself. And for me as an Englishman, the only time we ever won the World Cup, we beat Germany 4-2 in the final in 1966. And number 6 was the captain, like 666. And that was the year Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan, was the year England won the World Cup final wearing red. And obviously Satan's the red dragon. So, and then again, the Baphomet, all this connects to the GOAT with professional sports. Do you know what I mean?
16 years ago.
Yeah, and 8 in the Bible, right, is massive. It's about resurrection, regeneration, new beginnings. When God flooded the earth, he saved 8 people, didn't he? Noah, his wife, 3 sons and their wives. And then you had the covenant under the Old Testament. Male children were required to be circumcised on the 8th day. Jesus was resurrected on the 8th day, the day after the Sabbath. He also appeared to his followers 8 times between his resurrection and ascension. So for me, the way I bring the Bible, I don't force you to read the Bible and declare Christ as your Lord and Savior, but nobody can look me in the eye and tell me that these codes are not connected to it. Can I get an amen, AJ? I'm not going to force the Bible on you and salvation. But what was Kobe's first number? 8. Then he got 24.
Adam, listen, you don't need to force the Bible on me at all. I've been the first to say that the Bible is extremely important. It's the most important book in the world, in my opinion.
Absolutely. But the codes that we all do, like all the codes that we do, and the movies that we watch, they all come back. As we've talked, how many times have we talked about Jesus and all of this? They all come back to him, right? We have our views on what that is. Do you know what I mean, brother? We have our views on what Jesus is, what the Bible is, what the universe is. And that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. But it does seem to always come back to the scripture. The 4th book of the Bible is called what? Numbers. So I wanted to share that. I could go on and on. But the World Cup, by the way, as well, bro, is going to last 38 days. And that brings us back to George Floyd, because look where he was murdered. the intersection of East 38th Street, and it was Chicago Avenue. Where was Anton LaVey born? Was it Chicago?
Well, yeah.
And there's your Michael Jordan as well. So when Messi won the World Cup, he was playing with Paris Saint-Germain at club level, who was sponsored by, guess what? Jordan. They were sponsored by Jordan. See if I can find it. Look, the PSG shirt with Messi. Qatar Airways. He wins the World Cup in Qatar, and they were sponsored by Jordan. Mr. Chicago went to 6 NBA finals, winning 6 and 6 MVPs, 666. The Chicago
6'6".
Yeah, and the Chicago Bulls, you know, they were founded in 66 when the Church of Satan were founded by Anton LaVey, who was born in Chicago.
And Bulls equals 66. Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, and Bulls is 66. So Messi won the World Cup. Do you know he won the World Cup 6 months and 6 days before he turned 36? And 6 times 6 is 36. And Argentina have won 3 out of 6 World Cup finals. And 666 is the 36 triangular number. But Messi was weighing 30. Judas sold Jesus for how many pieces of silver? 30. And then France, who he beat, because he was playing in France at club level, France finished second. They got the silver medal, right? So, and now guess who Argentina are going to play in this World Cup? They're playing Jordan, the nation of Jordan, where Jesus was baptized. Argentina played Jordan, bro. And when he won the World Cup, Messi, he was with Paris Saint-Germain when they were sponsored by Jordan. If KODI's still here, the Jordan logo looks like Roman Reigns' logo. It looks exactly like Roman Reigns' logo. So who's going to win it? It's unbelievably difficult. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know who's going to win. There's 48 teams. But I have code every single game because I really want to expose it. I write books about this stuff and I enjoy it. I think people get too caught up in who's going to win that they don't actually pay attention to what's going down. Do you understand? Even with the NBA Finals, what we're showing is the symbolism behind it. But still, most people just want to know. So Thunder,
they're like, yeah, I don't care about this. Who do you got for Game 3? And it's like,
yeah, that
are
stuff
you serious?
tires me. That stuff tires me, bro. With the work that we do, because this is groundbreaking. And all the World Cup lasts 38 days. Ezekiel 38 is about Armageddon, the end of the world. All right, Israel being surrounded.
And time out really quick, Adam. I think Golden Age had something to say. That's unless it was Daniel.
Yeah.
Or
what do
you got?
The country
Chase?
Jordan turned 78 years old, correct? You said, and today.
Oh, does it really?
No, Jordan. It was in my decode. Jordan on the May 25th. I guess it's not May 25th anymore where I am. Turned 80 years old. That is the Independence Day of Jordan from Great Britain. You turned 80.
Wow. You know, brother, you know the World Cup Messi won? It began on Joe Biden's 80th birthday. And LeBron, you know, Turkey in the Bible is going to basically attack Israel. LeBron's first game was exactly 80 years after Turkey was founded. So, which connects to the 38s. Now, we all know this, don't we? LeBron at age 38 scored 38 points on the 38th day of the year to become the all-time leading scorer, King James. The 38 is Ezekiel. In my opinion, it is literally Armageddon. The final war, the Bible declares. When did Brady win his last Super Bowl? 38th day of the year, yeah? And then LeBron became the all-time leading scorer in the NBA 2 years later, which is 24 months. And 24 is what? 3 times 8. These goats connect, and they just seem to connect around the scriptures from what I've seen. King James, that's the Bible I read. But anyways, that's what I wanted to show you.
That's amazing, Adam. That's amazing. Seriously, thank you so much for reminding me. Hey, we have the biggest. Talk about loosh, right? One of the first things we talked about on this stream was loosh, and there's no bigger loosh harvesting, energy harvesting things going on besides sports. Let's be honest. And the World Cup soccer, Rambo and I have had a lot of conversations about the difference between football, American football, soccer, the origins of those names, etc. But the World Cup is the world's biggest stage when it comes to energy harvesting. So thank you, Adam, for making sure that we get this in here.
Yeah, no, speaking of the energy, because that's what people are battling for, is your time and energy, yeah? And we know time and currency and energy and all of this, they're all intertwined, they're all interconnected. But with pro sports, thankfully, I don't watch any of them anymore. I can't. I want to, because I love sports and I want to sit down and watch an NBA game and a football. I'm not going to watch any of the World Cup games. It blows my friends' minds. They like, are you insane? I'm like, I don't want to watch it, which is crazy for me. But something that's really, really increased the energy harvesting for me is 100 million% the technology, right? So in football or soccer, there's something called VAR. And I think this is all just preparing us for the surveillance state that Big Brother's watching you. So you get a goal, the stadium's cheering, but they're not sure if it's definitely a goal because it's going to go to VAR and they're going to take 4 minutes to review it. And you see it a lot in the NBA, bro. Like when I used to watch NBA games, how many timeouts or how many times the coaches challenges? You know what I mean? You're like, oh, what's going to happen here? Is it a foul? Is it not? Is he going to get? What's the word where they get taken out of the game in basketball? What's that term called?
When
they
foul out?
No, there's a certain word, flagrant, like a double flagrant.
Oh yeah, a flagrant foul.
There's a lot of like energy harvesting with the technology now. Like and in football, which I obviously code a lot. Back in the day, you'd have 2 or 3 minutes extra time. Right?
Was it ejected?
Ejected, yeah. But it'll go to review for 10 minutes. And you're like, is he going to get ejected? Is Wembanyama going to come back? Is he not? And you're like, and everyone's talking about it. And do you know what I mean? So with football, they used to play 2 or 3 minutes extra time on top of the 90. And you're like, okay, fair enough. And now it's like 9 minutes, 11 minutes, 13 minutes, dragging it out. And
that's why I could never get behind soccer, honestly. Just this extra time that's just up to the refs or something, or there's no calculated, there's no like science behind it. It's just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna keep going and we're just gonna say when it's over. Like that kind of stuff drives me nuts.
And in America, you like a winner, don't you? And often in football, you get a lot of draws and there's no winner. I know in America, you like to have a winner, play till there's a winner. But yeah, I like to expose it because I think what people underestimate as well, you were a huge Clippers fan. I was a huge Man United fan. We were avid. We've been there. I don't look down on people who are fans of the game. I was that guy. I've been right where those people are. But once I see like the Satanism within it, the symbolism, the energy harvesting, the corruption, it's hard for me to support it. But what we do together, billions of people love pro sports. So I'll tell you something, guys. I'll be honest with you. Although this work is rewarding, at times it's not fun. It's not fun because my name's the illusion because I'm shattering the illusion of how people see society. And when you're like you're hammering professional sports and Hollywood and just the whole system in general, people don't like it, do they? Like, imagine me going to a Taylor Swift concert and I'm just speaking to somebody dancing, saying, you know, she's a Satanist, don't you? Like she's a witch. They'll be like, who are you? Leave then. What are you doing? Taylor's amazing. It's like, so we're doing the work that most people don't want to do. Like this ain't for the faint-hearted guys doing this work. We don't do it for attention because most of the attention we get is negative because we're exposing what people don't want to accept. Like the truth hurts, doesn't it? It hurts. So yeah, I wanted to just mention that. I'm not trying to ruin people. Like never watch pro sports. You're a loser because I've been there and it's a release. And the world sucks right now. And we need that release. And we often find it through worshiping false idols, don't we? Unfortunately.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Adam, like for me, honestly, yeah, like I feel what you're saying as far as like, I would love to go back to being a Clippers fan, being the NBA fan. I would love that. Like Cypher in the Matrix. I would love to do that. the moment I turn a game on, like, you know, I have a couple subscriptions, whatever, and I see there's a game for free, whatever, I throw it on. I can't watch it for more than 30 seconds. It's just so terrible. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if like the talent was there and oh my God, look what they're doing. It's just so bad now at this point. That
I love to go. I live near a basketball court, right? I like to shoot hoops. You know, you and I had a bit of fun playing. But
yeah, you did beat me in horse, which I'm
going to claim that
really
was
me.
lucky for me because you're a different level to me at basketball. Sometimes you get lucky. I didn't consistently beat. I was lucky there. You're 10 times the basketball player as me.
You have a terrible form, but you know what? The ball was going in though. It was going in. So
Balll don't lie. Balll don't lie. But so what I like to do, I walk 2 minutes to this basketball court often in the evening. I watch a group of lads. Sometimes I join in. They're playing pickup. And they're all decent. You've got no Kobe Bryants in there. But they can all play. And I love that. I love to watch people playing sports. And it's genuine because I don't believe the devil gets involved with pickup basketball. I think he's in the NBA. Anything where there's a lot of money involved and a lot of exposure. Remember, he wanted to be worshipped like God. So I love sports. And I like to watch them. And I like to play them. But honestly, you couldn't pay me now to watch an NBA game. An NBA game's 48 minutes as well, isn't it? For another 48.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I couldn't watch it now. Like even with you, if you went ads or illusion, let's sit down and watch this game. I'll try with you out of respect for you, but I'd be like, bro, I can't do it. I just won't. I won't do it. Not to prove a point. It hurts my soul, bro. Watching sports.
Yeah, no, I love what you said about we don't do this for clout and likes and subs, but make sure that you guys are supporting us, please, because we're really trying to get the message out there. And if we're getting any sort of feedback, 90% of the time it's not good. It's very mean. It's very, on the aggressive and all those kinds of things. But
that's why it's amazing that you've put all these coders together today. Unbelievable coders, by the way, every single one of them. And you've put this together. We've obviously accepted. And there's no friction. There was no debate. There was no I'm better than you. There was none of that. I had that a lot in my beginning of my journey. I wanted to be the best. It's gone now. Man, I buzz way more when I learn from one of these guys than anything I ever share. And thank you for doing this, bro, because same with the chat. The chat, man, they are so...
Oh, the chat's always crazy, yeah.
Some of the guys in the chat, I'm like, what? Why don't you have a channel? Like, with that information? But it's not for everybody, is it? It's a lot of work doing a channel. But yeah, I'll stop talking because I can talk forever, and I'm so grateful. This was world-class, bro. Thank you.
Adam, very well said. I did see Know Thyself. Hey, Know Thyself, Daniel. Final words. I know you just... put in the group chat, you're peacing out as well. We're gonna land the plane here very soon. I just want to do kind of a final round with those that are left. Right here we are, the Night Owls. We started late. We're ending very late on a holiday night. So I'm just so thankful, Daniel, to you, and Adam, to you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Seriously, that was really impactful. But yeah, Daniel, any additional thoughts as you close out and say your goodbyes?
Oh yeah, honestly, again, Adam just kind of said it perfectly. Like, first of all, no, thank you, AJ, because you put all of this together. You did all this organizing, you made all the connecting, you built up the stream and everything. So huge thank you for you for getting this all situated and put together. But big thanks for everybody on the panel tonight. It was amazing. I was getting so much a download from everything. And then always big thank you for everybody in the chat. It's amazing to be able to kind of witness and to experience all that. So it was such an honor to be here. So thank you guys so much.
It was so much fun, Daniel, seriously. And I am going to take you up on another reading soon because I'm still an infant. I'm not even a toddler yet. I got a lot of work to graduate from baby to toddler when it comes to the astrological stuff. And, My wife is enamored by you and the engagements that we've had. And thank you so much for making yourself available, not only for this stream, but for the one-on-ones that you and I do and your contributions, man. I mean, you are a big part of what made this stream tonight so amazing. So thank you. And so without further ado, I guess, hey, Chase, really quick, any other final thoughts about what Adam was talking about with the World Cup? I know obviously we could go on all night long until the sun rises, but was there anything else you wanted to throw in there? If not, then, you know, you can, you know, just remind people where they can find you, bro.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, like you did say, the country Jordan is 78 years old, and that's the 12 triangular. Or Michael Jordan did wear one Bulls jersey, and it was number 12. That's what I wanted to say. But
There you go, yeah.
Well, besides that, yeah.
You know when he wore.
Hey guys, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, putting this together, and we'll definitely stay in touch, brother.
Appreciate you, Chase. Thank you so much. Rambo, last but certainly not least.
I was going to say, you know when Michael Jordan wore number 12? On Valentine's Day. We talked about that.
Oh my God, that's right. The Rose. I mean, the Rose has such a connection.
And what's Chicago known for? The Valentine's Day Massacre.
Oh my God. There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the number 12 ties right into that thing.
Makes me think about Charles Barkley, Mr. Arizona. You know what I mean? Bark, Cooper, my dog Cooper, the dog, Duck Hearts. Oh man, you can't get away from it. But yeah, Rambo. Hopefully you took some notes with what Adam was sharing. Maybe we can do a follow-up stream. You know, as we're inching closer to the World Cup. Amazing stuff, Adam, as always. Seriously, I'm gonna just say it for a final time as we land the plane here. I am so blessed. I'm so honored to be a part of this roundtable with all of you guys. I mean that so much. You guys are so humble. You're so kind. You're so knowledgeable. And just the fact that I'm even in the corner with you guys is an honest and true blessing. And I'm going to go right down the line right now. Shout out to you, Tommy. Shout out to you, Golden Age. Shout out to you, Myron. Decoding with Kodi. I need to say no more. Daniel, know thyself. Love you, man. Adam, fantastic work as always. Thank you for your contributions. Ani, thank you again for your sacrifices tonight to be a part of this channel. Be a part of this platform, so to speak. Donut, I hope you're getting a tan for me, bro, because, I mean, look at me. I'm pasty as heck. And Rambo, as always, a.k.a. the Truth Codes, thank you again so much for everything. I'm going to just say this in closing. Shout out to the chat. You guys are truly the real MVP, honestly. You guys add so much to the conversation, and it's been a real challenge for me today to manage both comments and everybody we had on this panel. But with the way that things went tonight, I can't wait for the next one, as long as you guys will have me and be a part of the next one whenever we put it together. Hopefully sooner than later. But I wish everybody a wonderful night or a beautiful morning, wherever you guys are at. And without further ado, we'll see you guys on the next one. Until next time.
Take care.
Peace.
Cheers.